Cek. Cek. Untuk teman-teman dimohon untuk segera duduk karena acara akan segera dimulai.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here is the Vice Faculty of Teaching, Training and Education of Universitas Sriwijaya, Dr. Rita Indrawati, MPD. The Honorable, the Chair of Magister Language of Education, Universitas Sriwijaya, Sari Silviani, SPD, MPD, MA, PhD. Respectable, our wonderful speaker, Professor Dr. Dahlia Janan, PhD. The Honorable, the Chief Executive this event, Arya Muhaimin, SPD. The Honorable, all of the lecturers and all of the staff Universitas Sriwijaya. Respectable, all of committee and participants of today's event. First of all, let us say thank to Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us some mercies and blessings, so that we can attend this agenda without any troubles and obstacles. Secondly, salawat and salam may always be given to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the lightness. Welcome to today's event, Language Education Research Conference and Expo 2023. We would like
to thank to everyone here for making time to attend this remarkable event.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's open this event by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Next, sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, led by our division. For Vivian Azarin, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, are welcome to stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, are welcome to sit back. Third agenda is report from Chief Executive. For Arya Muhaimin, please.
Tes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Dr. Rita Indrawati, MPD, as the Vice Dean of Academic Affairs and Secretary of Southern Region of Sumatra Teflin. The Honorable Dr. Sari Silviani, SPD, MPD, MA, PhD, as the Coordinator of Masters in Language Education, Sriwijaya University, and also as the Coordinator of Southern Region of South Sumatra Teflin. The Honorable Professor Dr. Dahlia Jamnan, PhD, as the Adjunct Lecturer from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris. The Honorable, the presenters of third semester of Master in Language Education, and the Honorable, the Committee of Language Education Research Conference and Expo 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening ceremony of Language Education Research Conference and Expo 2023. I, Arya Muhaimin, as the Chief Executive of Language Education Research Conference and Expo 2023. First of all, let us say praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us 1,000 of favors to us until this moment, so we can be here to implement this event, and as well the greetings for our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Thank you very much for all the support from the Dean, Faculty, Coordinator of Master Language Education, lecturers, and the committee, and also the participants. Without your support and initiation, we couldn't make this event to be true. And on This year, this event will be the theme of language education for sustainable development and goals. In this event, we'll be discussing the thesis that has been working by our senior from third semester student of Master of Language Education. I hope and I wish from this event we can learn something that related to the teachers for our research letter in more detail. And as we delve into the discussion and presentation at this conference, let us remember the importance of the collaboration and innovation in the field of language education. I am confident that the insights and share and the connection made during the conference will contribute to continue the advancement of language education. Once again, thank you for the Dean, Polti, Coordinator of Master Program in Language Education, lecturer, participant, committee, and adjunct professor for making this event largely for as the knowledge, language sharing, and collaboration. I wish that everyone can like something from this event. That is all from me. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the report. Next speech from the Chair Magister of Language Education.
For Ibu Sari Silviani, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Dean, Vice Deans, Chairs, and Secretaries of the departments, Coordinator of the study programs, teaching staff at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, distinguished TEFLIN board members, distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Dahlia Janan from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome you to our first Language Education Research Conference and Expo 2023. This event is a collaboration between Master's Program in Language Education, Sriwijaya University, and the Southern Region of Sumatra, TEFLIN. The joint conference between these two institutions has been dated back since 2014. The regional conference in 2019 was the last face-to-face conference we held before the pandemic struck. We have moved to webinar session from 2020 to 2022. This year, our tradition continues by having a hybrid conference. This year's theme of Research Conference and Expo is Language Education for Sustainability Development. This theme is our acknowledgement to Indonesia participation in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, in which we commit to address the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. As language educators, we play a significant role in ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education, promote well-being, gender equality, take urgent action to combat climate change through education, and many other areas of sustainable development. Our presenters have considered these subtopics in their presentation and are ready to share their insights on these important issues. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to the organizing committee. Despite the difference in conference format in this year SRS TEFLIN conference, one thing is always the same. That is student participation in making this event possible. Graduate students have played a role as organizing committees as well as presenters in the annual conference. As young members of SRS Teflon, our graduate students have shown their dedication to the profession and the development of knowledge. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a very successful conference and a wonderful time learning from one another. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the speech, Ibu Sari Silviani. Next, the speech from the Vice Dean of Faculty and Teaching Training and the Secretary Southern Region Taflit of Sumatra, and also to open this event today.
For Ibu Rita Indrawati, please. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Nice to meet you today. You look so beautiful and also handsome. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain, amma ba'd. My Excellency, Rectors of Sriwijaya University, Professor Dr. Taufik Marwa SA MSE, the Honorable Dr. Hartono MA, the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Sriwijaya University, the Honorable, the Head of Departments of Language Education and Art, Professor Dr. Soni Mirizan, MA, the Honorable, the Secretary of the Department, she is here now, Ibu Ernalida, PhD. Thank you, Ibu. The Honorable, my beloved students who are here with us in this room and also perhaps in the Zoom meeting, and what we are very proud of, our distinguished speaker from UPSI, University Sultan Idris, Malaysia, Universitas Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia. Welcome to Indonesia, Ibu. Tomorrow you will be here with us. I cannot see you in the Zoom. Where are you, Ibu? Oh, on the way to join. Okay. So, the Honorable, the Master Programs of Language Education Study Program, Ibu Sari Silviani, MA, PhD, MPD juga ya, MPD, sorry. She is also the head of SRS Teflon, and I'm the secretary of SRS Teflon. It is the joint work between our program, Magister degree, with the SRS Teflon. So it is great, I think, for you all. What I also respect, I just forget, but I have say something to her, that Professor Dr. Dahlia Janan as our adjunct professor. Yeah. Hopefully that you are happy later on to have the adjunct professor, because Professor Dahlia is not only for our adjunct professor, but also many things to do with her. Yeah, research collaboration, also external examination, why not? Next time, the students here will be examined by her or other international examiners, yeah? Because we are now heading to internationalizations of our faculty and also the Sriwijaya University. Starting the academic event today, I think it is bright this morning. Let's together
First, give thanks to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala because of all the abundance of His grace, we can all gather here in order to attend this academic event. But hopefully that we are now in the good condition, good health, yeah? So you can think smart, you can think brightly in order later to interact with your friends in this event. Do not forget also to the greeting and salawat to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his family, his friends, and the followers until the end. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to inform you that again our university now is heading to internationalization. Therefore, we must support our rector and our dean. FKIP Unsri is currently a faculty that is moving toward to international level, starting with international accreditation. You must be very proud of your study program because your study program now got international accreditation from ACAS Germany. We said ACAS, ACAS Germany, so you must be proud of that, not only as one degree, but also master degree program got the international accreditation. Currently, our study program already has foreign students studying in the Indonesian language education study program to learn Indonesian and the culture, of course. So here for our master degree, we have one of them, Yana. Halo Yana, kapan kamu mau selesai kuliahnya? Kapan bisa selesai kuliah? Segera ya. Ya, kamu harus segera selesai ya. Ada juga ada two international students, Bu Sari ya. Rahel from Brazil. Oh, from America. Yeah, okay, good. So last month, yeah, I would like to inform you that we got not four, but 3 students from Philippines. They did what we call with the C Teachers program. They practice here at SMA Negeri 1 Palembang. They were very smart. Yeah, they can teach mathematics, biology, and English class in Cambridge class at SMA Negeri 1. Formerly, our students also went to Philippines in order to teach at state schools over there from English education, study program, biology, and mathematics. So we are proud of you all because you know that English is not something odd because everybody should use English later on for international event, okay? So to those who are not from English education, you have to learn English, yeah? Interact English with your friends, because later you will be the international speakers. Ya, at least in Malaysia, for example, ya, yang dekat-dekat saja dulu ya. And Bu Sari will bring you over there. Okay, this year 3 English education lecturers are continuing their doctoral education in America. Yeah. We have Ibu Erlina, Bapak Dedi Kurniawan, and the other one, Ibu Lingga. So it is kinds of internationalization, yeah. We must be very proud of them. Dear students, as a part of our commitment to enhance the academic experience and foster international collaboration, the master program in language education proudly announces a series of events since today. So, featuring the esteemed education expert association or professor, fully professor, Associate Professor Dr. Dahlia from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris. So these activities, including the Language Education Research Conference and Expo. So I see that, yes, it is the Language Education Research and Conference And the expo perhaps tomorrow. I haven't seen what kinds of expo later on, but it is great idea, Ibu Sari, for us to have. So I think today we have to launch the first language education research conference and expo, meaning that every year we have to do that, Bu Sari, with other students later on. Okay, so to facilitate the successful implementations of this event, yeah, we seek permission from the Honorable Dean to reschedule the activity. Yeah? So in this activity, the time allocated, yeah, for the event. So ensuring minimal disruption, of course. So another activity in these events, we also have, as Bu Sari mentioned, that it is a thesis examination. So Professor Dahlia will be the external examiners. So we would like to appreciate Dr. Dahlia, yeah, for her attention and support in facilitating this event. May this event contribute significantly to the advance of education in the master programs in language education. So ladies and gentlemen, my beloved students, I hope this is enough for my remarks to convey. By reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I am, as the representative of the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education and also the Secretary of SRS Teflin, officially open this event, Language Education Research and Conference and Expo, Language Education for Sustainable Development Goals. I again to say, I open it officially open. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Ibu Rita Indrawati for the speech and also to opening this event. Next agenda is documentation. We are inviting Ibu Sari, Ibu Rita, and Ibu Erna Linda, and also for all of the audience to come forward because we are going to take a picture together.
Untuk para teman-teman sekalian yang ada di ruangan ini diharapkan untuk maju ke depan karena kita akan melakukan sesi foto.
Tolong tim apa sih? IC tim apa? Yang moto-moto nih, kita nih. Terima kasih. Baiklah, diharapkan kepada seluruh peserta untuk segera maju ke depan.
Baiklah, untuk para peserta diharapkan duduk kembali karena acara akan kita lanjutkan. Moderator pertama ini Mela.
Notulen. Oke.
Baiklah, acara akan kita lanjutkan.
Next, the last agenda is praying for Aminus Solihin, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Marilah kita sejenak berdoa bersama-sama kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa agar kegiatan kita hari ini diberkahi dan bisa berjalan dengan lancar. Doa akan dipimpin dengan tata cara Islam. Bagi yang beragama lain silahkan menyesuaikan. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdasy syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Ya Allah, pada hari ini di aula gedung pasca sarjana ini kami hendak menyelenggarakan acara Language Education Research Expo. Dengan memohon ridho dan izin-Mu, berkahilah semua langkah dan perbuatan kami. Jadikanlah seluruh rangkaian kegiatan ini berjalan lancar, berlimpah berkah, dan tercatat sebagai amal di sisi-Mu, ya Allah. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, Engkau yang Maha Pengasih lagi Maha Penyayang. Tambahkanlah ilmu kami, dan berilah kami karunia-Mu untuk dapat memahaminya. Dan jadikanlah kami termasuk golongan orang-orang yang soleh. Jagalah kami yang menuntut ilmu di sini untuk senantiasa istiqomah beramal di jalan-Mu, sebagaimana yang Engkau perintahkan. Ya Allah, ya Alim, Engkau yang Maha Kaya atas segala ilmu dan pengetahuan. Jadikanlah kampus tempat kami belajar ini tumbuh dan berkembang, sehingga mampu menjadi perguruan tinggi yang lebih berkualitas, maju, dan menjadi sumber ilmu-Mu, ya Allah. Ya Allah, ya Wahid, Engkau yang Maha Satu dan Maha Mempersatukan. Kami mohon, perkuatkanlah persatuan di antara kami. Janganlah Engkau biarkan ada perpecahan di antara kami. Kuatkan persatuan kami dalam beragama, berbangsa, dan bernegara. Ya Allah, ya Ghafur, Engkau yang Maha Pengampun atas segala dosa. Ampunilah dosa kami, dosa orang tua kami, dosa guru-guru kami, dosa para pemimpin kami, dan dosa para pendahulu kami. Tempatkanlah kami dan mereka semua di dalam lindungan rahmat dan ampunan-Mu, ya Allah. Ya Allah, ya Mujib, Engkau yang Maha mengabulkan doa. Kabulkanlah doa dan permohonan kami. Sesungguhnya hanya kepadamu lah kami mohon pertolongan. Rabbana atina min ladunka rahmatan wa hayyi' lana min amrina rasyada. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da idh hadaitana wa hab lana min ladunka rahmah innaka antal wahhab. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much. The last says closing. Let we close our event today by reciting Hamdalah.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
I'm Ade Bunga Izati, and
Camelia Agustini.
we do apologize for our mistakes in presenting this ceremony. Thank you very much for your great attention. Let's say, Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, we go to for the first session of the presentation today. Let us call for the first presenter from Nurul Maskana with the material
Unlocking the needs to design audio-visual media for facilitating climate literacy in EFL teaching for junior high school students. For Nurul Maskana, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so in this opportunity, we are very glad to present to you our speaker. So before that, let me introduce myself first. My name is Melanium. I will be your moderator for this first session. Okay, so in this session, we have three topics that will be discussed by our presenter. And without any further ado, okay, let's go to our first topic. I extend a very warm welcome to our first parallel session, where we will delve into the very crucial topic about the designing audiovisual media to enhance the climate literacy in the English as foreign language teaching for junior high school students. So our speaker will provide insight into the essential consideration and specific need with the educational context. So for Nurul, you have 10 minutes to present your material, please.
Alright, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone, the Honorable, our beloved lecturers, Ibu Sari Silviani and Ibu Hesti and Ma'am Hesti, and all the audience that has come today. So without further ado, let me introduce myself first. I'm Nurul Maskana. In this special occasion, I would like to present part of my thesis in the phase of needs analysis entitled Unlocking the Needs to Design Audiovisual Media for Facilitating Climate Literacy in EFL Teaching for Junior High School Students. All right, let me start from the background in doing this research. As we know, the Sustainable Development Goals, there are 17 SDGs, starting from the no poverty, and we in the education field, we stand in the fourth goal of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, specifically the Target 7, the sets of transformative vision for education by 2030. Okay, now we come to the terms climate change. Now everyone question is, do we need to address climate change in our country? As we can see in the picture, this is the effects of global warming. These effects including rising sea levels, melting glaciers, more extreme weather events, and changes in the plant and animal life. So, in our country, especially Indonesia, we have felt the effects of global warming nowadays. And we need to improve about the climate literacy, especially for students in EFL teaching. The Education for All movement prioritizes literacy among the 6 DAKAR goals by defining it as a vital component of primary quality education based on UNESCO 2004. Now, why do we need to design the audiovisual media to facilitate the integration of climate literacy in EFL teaching? As we know, we have already an interconnected world nowadays, and the technology play the great role in our daily life, especially for teaching and learning. In addressing the climate literacy, it is not easy because some of the teachers some of the teachers and students still seldom discuss about the climate change, and the digital media is play the important role for addressing the climate literacy for EFL students. In doing this research, I use mixed method strategy. There are two phases. First is the quantitative, which employed the questionnaires to gain the students' perspective, which were analyzed using frequency analysis. And the second one is the material gleaned from the interview was interpreted and explained using the qualitative approach. For collecting the data, I using the pervasive sampling. There are 32 students of 7th grade students at MTS Negeri 2 Palembang, also one English teacher and one vice principal of academic affairs and curriculum. In analyzing the needs analysis, Hutchinson and Waters 1987 mentioned that there are three. First is target situation analysis or TSA. Second one is deficiency analysis or needs analysis and wants. And the third one is present situations analysis. Okay, we come to the result of the target situation analysis. There are 8, and as we can see on the table, the students' view about English language skills are important for future careers of educations. Meanwhile, in deficiency analysis, the needs and wants of the students gaining from the questionnaires, we can see that most students understand by translating it into Indonesian. In the phase of present situation analysis or PSA, I found that the students' literacy ability are good. For the media that have been used by the students, most of them answered by had smartphone. And the knowledge of the students in understanding the terms of climate change, as we can see in the graph, most of the students has already known about it, but not really familiar with the term of climate change. And after gaining the data from the questionnaires, to gain the deep understanding to the data, the interview was conducted. to the teacher and the Vice Principal of Academic Affairs. Here is the result of the interview. As we can see, there are 6 themes, including climate change understanding and importance, and teaching climate literacy in diverse English proficiency levels, status of climate education in English curriculum, also incorporation of climate topics and skills, and technology integration in the FL teaching. And the last one is climate change topics. After gaining the data, I will develop a product which is the audiovisual media. Here is the cover of the product. Okay. In conclusion, climate change is one of the most critical issues facing our world today, and students need to be aware of its causes, impacts, and potential solutions. Audiovisual media can be a powerful tool for teaching climate change in FL classrooms, as it can engage students and help them understand complex concepts. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks a lot to our speakers. Okay, so for your information, guys, for this parallel session, okay, because we have already go to our first speaker, I hope you all prepare some question that will be asked to our speaker, okay? So in the end of the presentation, we will have a Q&A session, okay? So let's jump to our second speaker. Our second speaker is Nabila Tasha. The title of her research is about climate change based descriptive text for senior high school student need analysis, okay? Where we will explore the importance of climate change based of descriptive text and conduct a need analysis about it to the senior high school student. And also, okay, without any further ado, I'll invite our second speaker. For our speakers, the time is yours, but do not forget that you only have 10 minutes to present your material.
All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Okay, the honorable older participant in this class. My name is Nabila Tasha. In this opportunity, I would like to present about the result of my thesis project and the title, Climate Change-Based Descriptive Text for Senior High School Students. This is a product. So the background. So when we talk about the climate change is a major global issue nowadays, and it is occurs when the earth temperatures and weather change over a long time. This change can be caused by both human and natural phenomena. As one of the nations that got the impacted from the climate change, Indonesia must deal with the necessity to mitigate the climate change. And several researchers also highlighted the need for the further study and analyze the gain of the greater awareness of Indonesian challenging and possibilities to integrate the climate change into the educational aspects. And also UNESCO has emphasized the climate change as a significant environment issue, and it needs to the communities need to integrate the climate change into the educational curricula. But in fact, the Minister of Education and Culture of Indonesia acknowledged that the lack of the integration of the climate change in reading materials. So in this case, the emphasizing the integration of the climate action can be included in English subject by developing climate change-based descriptive text. Before any materials development, so a need analysis must be conducted. Next slide, please. Okay, this study is to investigate, the aims of this study to investigate the secondary high school student needs for developing climate change-based descriptive texts that examine views by students, English teachers, and stakeholders. This research is mixed method approach that utilizes questionnaires and semi-structured interview. The participants are the students, 38 students, one English teachers, and one assistant curriculum of SMA Negeri 11 Palembang. Student needs analysis of this study, I focus on the target situation analysis, deficiencies analysis, present situation analysis, and strategy analysis. We go to the finding. So the target situation analysis indicated that students emphasize the English, the importance of English of the student. They pursue that the importance of English proficiency for academic and career success. The students are motivated to improve their oral skills and exhibit a high level of English competency. So the finding aligns with what the Ministry of Education Culture of Indonesia point out, that the importance of English in preparing students for employment qualities. Okay. Next slide. And then the second one, the findings based on the deficiency analysis, the topic of the students' preference is daily life and authentic materials. The findings also indicated that the student view the climate change as essential and relevant topic that should be included in English. And most of the students perceive that English-based reading materials stimulate their motivation to learn English. So from these findings, we can conclude that the potential to provide this preference of the students need to be considered. The providing the students climate change-based descriptive text need to be exciting and relevant to the students and aligning with their interests. Based on the findings of present situation analysis and strategy analysis, most of the students' English level is still beginner, and there is a lack of climate change theme in reading materials, especially in descriptive text. As the findings, these findings also involves the preference of reading materials that students need, that should be considered by the teachers to cater the needs of the diverse learners. The conclusion. This is the interview not only from the questionnaire, but from interview also the support of the findings. In the conclusion, the key of this research indicated that developing climate change-based descriptive text need to be considered by the secondary high school student. The need of students towards climate change emerge from the need for the more reading materials, especially from descriptive text. And the needs needs analysis showed that 78.9% of the student desire climate change topic in their reading. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right. Wow, what an interesting topic to discuss, yeah, everyone. Thank you to our second speakers. Okay, let's jump to our last speaker for this first session, okay? So the title of the last topic is about analyzing Indonesian student need for virtual drama script, okay? Bridging climate change topic and Pancasila profile dimension. Okay, so our respectful speaker, okay, will share and like on how virtual drama script can bridge us, okay, to see and discuss that how crucial element necessary for their effectiveness, okay. So everyone, please join me to listen to our last speaker to present her material, okay. For Ermalati Putri, I give the time to you, but do not forget, only 10 minutes, okay.
All right, thank you for moderator. Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All right, so here I would like to continue the presentation. And actually, it's still relate with those two previous presenter. The theme of my thesis also about climate change. And here, it is a part of this thesis that there's the need analysis before developing the virtual drama scripts related to climate change and Pancasila student profile, or we know it is as Profil Pelajar Pancasila. And this article actually has published in Wales Journal in October 2023. All right. Okay, so here there are some points that I would like to deliver to you. There are 4. First is about backgrounds of the study, method, and also finding, and the last is conclusion. Okay, so why it should be climate change based virtual drama scripts and with dimensions of Profil Pelajar Pancasila. So our current curriculum, it is independent curriculum that Rizky and Fahrunisa 2022 mentioned. The purpose of independent curriculum is actually to create an advanced Indonesia that's independent, characterized by individuals who reflect the values of Pancasila. And also in independent curriculum, it is important that students learn the materials that teachers use are relevant and match in the context. And one of the contextual issue that is really essential nowadays is about climate change. So this research is integrating those aspects of climate change and also Profil Pelajar Pancasila dimensions. And as we know that the technology now has become needs. So if we learn drama, traditionally it's different if we use technology. By learning virtual drama, students are able to use technological tools, and it is also expected that when they learn about the virtual drama scripts related to climate change and Profil Pelajar Pancasila dimension, they can increase their knowledge and awareness related to climate change issues and able to reflect on Pancasila's values, especially for their daily lives. And then for the methodology of this study, I also applied mixed method, combining both quantitative and qualitative methods. So to gain the data, we use quantitative and qualitative method. Quantitative from the questionnaires and qualitative from the semi-structured interview. The research site and participants. So the study was conducted at SMA Srijaya Negara Palembang, and the sample of this study is only one class that consisted of 36 students, one English teacher, and one vice principal of academic affairs and curriculum. So to gain the data of need analysis, the students' needs also viewed by the students, and the students' need also viewed by the English teacher and stakeholder. So the students were delivered the questionnaire consisted of 40 items, and then the English teacher, we also need to know the data and also the needs viewed by English teacher and also stakeholder from the semi-structured interview. Okay, now we move to the findings and discussion. So here there are 8 points related to the findings that after gaining the data, need analysis, whether or not the students need the virtual drama scripts. So the implementation of independent curriculum emphasizes student-centered learning and the use of technology. They agreed that in independent, they need the technology used. And then the students' English proficiency in SMA Sriwijaya Negara, especially, still at beginner level. And the English is considered crucial for them to be able to effectively communicate. And also, actually drama is not currently part of the curriculum in the school, but based on the data that we gained, so this drama can be also used in P5 project. P5 is Project Penguatan Profil Pelajar Pancasila. And then students also viewed that they need virtual drama scripts on climate change and Profil Pelajar Pancasila dimensions. And then the development of climate change is also considered good to facilitate English learning and can be used for P5 project, as I mentioned before. And also the students' knowledge of climate change and Profil Pelajar Pancasila is still limited as the general information. So due to this limitation, we need to develop this kind of virtual drama scripts on climate change based topic and also Profil Pelajar Pancasila dimensions. Okay, last but not least, as the data showed that we need to develop the product of virtual drama scripts, so here the developed product. Actually, there are 5 titles of virtual drama scripts related to climate change and dimension of Profil Pelajar Pancasila, but it's still on process and revised. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, so that's all. That's all about the presentation of our speakers. Okay, in this first session. So as I said before, okay, we are going to open our discussion session. Okay, so in this session, because we have limited time, we only accept 3 questions for this session. Okay. So everyone who has a question can raise her hand. Okay, Kak. Okay, panitia boleh bawa mic-nya? Panitia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
My name is Weni Pratiwi. I'm from the first semester. I would like to ask the last presenter, Erma, ya? Erma.
Yeah.
Okay, Erma. Nice topic. I'm into it, so that's why I would like to know more. In your personal opinions, what the obstacles or challenges have you encountered while you conducted or complete this study? Yeah, perhaps you can share your experience, anything related to this, because it is important for us, especially for us the first semester, right? Yeah, this for our next. Okay. Yes, next thesis. Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Kak Weni. So your question is about asking about the challenge, yeah, that our speaker have in conduct her research, right? Okay, so let's keep it first. Okay, so let's see if we have more question. Okay, is there? You can raise your hand. Oh, Do we have question from the Zoom? Can you open the chat in Zoom? Chat the Zoom. No. Okay. Okay, I think while waiting for your question, okay, Arma, can you answer the first question? Okay, so I give it to you. It's asking about the challenge you have in conduct your study, yeah, please.
All right, thank you for the questions, Kak Weni.
Yeah.
Okay, so related to the obstacles and also challenges that I faced during conducting this research, as I mentioned previously that this is a mixed method study. So I personally feel that it's kind of challenge because we need to analyze the data quantitatively and qualitatively. Moreover, for the interview, we did the interview to the English teacher and also to the stakeholder. So two perspectives. And then the challenge itself when we want to synthesize or when we want to make a summary or code the interview result to know whether or not the students actually really need the virtual drama scripts on the topic of climate change and also Profil Pelajar Pancasila. So the point is that the obstacles is in analyzing the data. Did I answer your question?
Okay, clear, yeah. So the point is in analyzing the data, yeah.
Yeah, so
Like-
we really need to concern on that.
Yeah, like semantic code, right?
Yep. Yes.
Thank you, Irma.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, I think that's already very clear, yeah, from our speakers, yeah, to answer Kak Weni's question. Okay, I still waiting for anyone who have question for our speaker in the first session. Okay, we have Kiki, yeah. Okay, please.
Okay, hello, my name is Kiki Zakia. I would like to ask about the climate change reference book. Yeah, here, what are your good reference for references to develop teaching material, especially about the climate change? Thank you.
Your question is for Nurul or for Nabila?
For all, I think.
Oh, for
so,
all.
So we can get apa ya, more reference like.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
how guys, you got the question? Okay, I think Nurul will answer it directly about Kiki's question, yeah?
All right, thank you very much for your questions. For getting the information about climate change, actually we can surf it on Google, like in climatelyteracy.lit, and from the official website of UNESCO, and then from BASF, because the country that really concerned about the climate change is the United States. So we got many information or resources from that. Maybe Nabila has another resources to be shared.
Okay.
For all right, for the
Thank you,
preference
Kang Nurul.
about the climate change, I think that the huge preference can be accessed the website of UNESCO, NASA, NASA, and then all of the book that talk about the climate change, and we got the preference about the climate change not only from the book but also from the news, the YouTube video. So in developing climate change based reading materials, the focus is that it's not only about the source, but we need to analyze the based on the students' need.
Yes.
so that we need to do the needs analysis. So we got the reading materials, we developed it from the text based on their level, based on their interest, and also from the activity of the reading need to consider based on their curriculum. For the independent curriculum, we need to also consider about the P5, right? And then for the diverse of the students that I kinesthetic, visual, right? I think that's all.
Okay, thank you for the questions, Kak Kiki. For my thesis, actually, it's developing virtual drama scripts. So for the reference, it is taken from the narrative story about climate change, and then I modify it, become the dialogues with the cast and also the settings itself. So similar as other two presenters, we can browse the topic of climate change, but for my thesis, it's kind of drama. So it's not that, how do you say it? It's not that too scientific. It's not, yeah, it's from narrative story. Did I answer your question? Did we answer your question?
Okay, thank you very much. So it's mean that the good reference is like source from the UNESCO, NASA news, and YouTube video like that. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Thank you, Kak Kiki.
All right, I think that's already clear, answered by the speaker. Okay, is there anyone else? Okay, I see the girl with the red veil. Okay, maroon ya. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the chance. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
My name is Azara Nanda Islami. I'm from the third semester students. I would like to ask all of you actually. So other than audiovisual media, descriptive text, and also virtual drama scripts, do you have any other ideas how us as teachers to incorporate climate change themes to our daily teaching materials? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so how to incorporate it? Okay, who want to answer it first, speakers? Okay, Nurul first. All right.
Okay, thank you very much, Kak Zarananda, for the great question. Okay, as a teacher, there are so many ways in incorporating the climate change issue to our students. Like we have already mentioned audiovisual media, descriptive text, and also the virtual drama script. I think it depends on the level of the students that we teach. For example, if we want to develop or if we want to address the terms of climate change to the elementary school students, we can use the picture books. Okay, because the elementary school students still have the limited vocabulary, so we can use the picture books with simple words and interesting pictures. And another way is we can also use the chant or song. It is easy for the students to memorize the terms of climate change. Okay, that's all from me. Nabila, do you have?
Okay, thank you for the great question. So I think that it's based on the students' need. It's based on the student level, what they want to get, what they expectation about the learning English itself. When it is the students of secondary high school, there are a curriculum that need to be considered. For example, for the 10th graders, they learn about descriptive text. So we as a teachers can include the climate change topic to the descriptive text, and how we developed, so we need to do the needs analysis. Uh, I think that's kind of, it's a part of the foundation of developing climate change. So in this case, the climate change is big issue now, and the goals is that to enhance the students' awareness of the climate change. So, and the previous related study also found that the limitation of the reading materials existed in curriculum of Indonesia. And so far, only report text, exposition, and now I developed about the descriptive text. Okay, maybe for the further study can contribute to more preference for the students. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the questions, Kak. So, totally agree with other two presenters that in facilitating the students related to the material of the climate change, we really need to know the level of the students and their needs. And also, I think personally as a teacher, we can be creative and select good material to give to our students. And also, like, we really need to know, we really need to check the syllabus first, maybe what are the material they learn in that level, and then we can adopt or develop the material. Okay, did we answer your questions, Kak?
Yes, thank you so much for your clear answer.
Okay, thank you.
All right. That's all, I think, for our discussion session. So for this first session, I think I'm going to conclude what we have discussed in this session. Okay. So, all right. I would like to thank you for our speaker for engaging of this parallel session. Okay, we had privilege to exploring the crucial in each session. Okay, of designing the audiovisual media for junior high school students in English teaching. So it emphasized on addressing the specific need and consideration. And moving on to our second session, our speaker explore about the climate change based of descriptive text. And also it emphasized the role of language in changing environment awareness. Lastly, in our third speaker, we have to know about the importance of virtual drama script of the climate change topic and also the Pancasila profile dimension for Indonesian students. So this discussion underscored the potential of creative media to bring the educational gap and foster the deeper understanding of the complex issue. Okay, so as we conclude about this parallel session, I want to express my grateful to your great attention, everyone. Okay, I'm as moderator. So sorry if we made mistake in this session. Lastly, we close it by saying wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I give it back to the MC.
Okay, it's the end for the session 1. Now we go to session 2. The presenters are Nanda Nadia, Yuyun Trirahayu, Arya Hotima, and Tadia Azrieliani. And also we are inviting for the moderator, Sri Puja Lestari, and also Cindy Octavina as a notulen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tripuja Lestari. I'm here as moderator for the second session. So for the second session, we have 4 presenters. The first is Nanda Nadia, Yuyun Tri Rahayu, Ariel Khotimah, and Tadia Azrieliani. So first thing first, I would like to say thank you for the MC to welcome us. And then without further ado, I would like to invite Nanda Nadia to present about literacy practices in multicultural trading exchanges of state-owned company employees. So Nanda, please.
Okay, thank you for the chance. So first of all, I would like to say thank you to the all participants. So today I would like to present you about literacy practices in multicultural trading exchange of state-owned company employees. Okay, next. Okay, in this part, I would like to tell you about 3 parts of the content. The first one is introduction, the second one is content, and the last one is conclusion. So for the introduction, literacy practices in multicultural trading exchange is a topic that encompasses the study and application of effective communication and literacy skills in the context of international business and trading. It focuses on how individuals organize, navigate the challenge and opportunities presented by multicultural and multilingual trading environments. This topic involves examining various aspects of communication, language proficiency, cultural sensitivity, and information sharing practice that are crucial for successful trading exchange in multicultural setting. And the goal is to enhance the ability of employees, particularly those working in state-owned companies, to engage effectively with clients, partners, and stakeholders from diverse cultural background and linguistic contexts. For the literature review, there are language contact in transnational mobility, multicultural literacy, multicultural communication, and semiotic language repertoires. And for the language contact in transnational mobility, it refers to the movement of individual or groups across national borders for various reasons, such as work, education, tourism, or resettlement. And then language contact is the process of using 2 languages by the same speakers. There is a transfer of language into another language that covers all levels. And about multicultural literacy, it refers to knowledge, skills, and attitude necessary to understand, appreciate, and effectively engage with diverse cultures and identities. And multicultural communication refers to the exchange of information, ideas, and meaning between individuals or groups from different cultural backgrounds. It involves understanding and effectively navigating the different language, values, customs, belief, and communication styles that exist across cultures. And the last one is semiotic language repertoires. Semiotic language repertoires to the range of signs, symbols, and communicative resources that individuals and communities use to convey meaning and express themselves. And for the conclusion, the study of literacy practices in multicultural trading exchange among state-owned company employees is a dynamic field with considerable potential for growth and development. By understanding and addressing the challenges and opportunities in the context, organizations can maximize their trading capabilities and contribute to their overall success on the international stage. I think that's all for my part. Back to the moderator.
Okay, nice explanation, Nanda. Thank you. So Her study is about international business and trading, the multicultural and multilingual trading environment. So without further ado, I would like to invite the second presenter and her study titled The Implementation of Global Diversity in English Lessons. So let's hear out about it.
Okay, my name is Yuyundri Rahayu. I would like to present my article. The title is the implementation of global diversity in English lessons. So as we know, education is an effort made to develop human potential. Dewi 2001 said that education is part of life itself. This can be interpreted that education is a process that helps human develop. Education is a process that helps humans to be humans, so that these humans do not only have intellectual intelligence but also have personality and morals that are guaranteed. And the quality of education is education that can provide and facilitate the needs of each student while still achieving curriculum targets. So the curriculum currently used in Indonesia is independent curriculum. In independent curriculum, there is a Pancasila student profile. Pancasila student profiles aims to demonstrate the character of students' Pancasila noble values. And yeah, one of the profile of Pancasila is the character of global diversity. So students with global diversity have a passion for maintaining noble culture, locality, identity, and remain open-minded in interacting with other culture. So as to foster a sense of mutual respect and the possibility of forming a new culture and that is positive, does not conflict with local culture. So this article discuss about the implementing global diversity in English lessons, highlighting the benefits, challenges, and the activities in language teaching. Okay, next. The methodology of this article is this article use a library research with literature study technique, namely by studying literature. So the data source used come from journals, books, article, previous research, and sites on the internet that are appropriate to the problem. So this article discuss global diversity, which is implemented in English language learning, such as what challenges teachers face in implementing global diversity. Next. Okay, next. Next is why is global diversity important in English language learning? So as we know, global diversity in English language learning is very important because it reflects the reality of today increasingly connected and multicultural world. So there are several reasons why global diversity is a crucial aspect of learning English. First is intercultural communication. So English is an international language used in global communication. Good English skill include not only linguistic aspect but also an understanding of different cultures. So global diversity learning helps students understand culture difference and how to communicate with people from diverse culture backgrounds. And the second is improving the quality of English learning. Learning can make more interesting and relevant for students, so they can learn from a variety of materials, including literature, films, and other teaching material that reflect cultural. And the third is preparation for the global world of work. So in the era of globalization, many companies and organizations work with teams that have members from various country and culture. So the ability to communicate effectively and understand diverse perspective is highly valued skill in the workplace. And so learning English that embrace global diversity can help students prepare to face that challenge. Next, next is the challenges in implementing global diversity. So implementing global diversity in any organization pose several challenges as it involves overcoming cultural, linguistic, and social differences. So there are several challenges in implementing global diversity. First is resource limitation. So access to diverse material may be limited, creating challenge for educators, so need efforts should be made to obtain a variety of resources, including literature, film, and article to represent a range of opinions. And second challenge is teacher training. Educator may need training to effectively incorporate global diversity into their lessons. Professional development programs can help teachers develop the skill and knowledge necessary to navigate culturally sensitive topics. And the last challenges is curriculum adaptation. Adapting existing curricula to include global diversity require careful consideration, balancing local and global content while meeting educational standard can be a complex task. Next, next is the global diversity activities in language teaching. So integrating global diversity in English language learning can be done through various activities that encourage understanding, appreciation, and cooperation between cultures. For the example is the cultural discussion. So this activity divide the class into small groups and give them topics related to global diversity, such as traditions, food, or festival from different countries. And second is pen pal exchange. This activity collaborate with English teachers in other countries to establish pen pal exchange. So students can write letters to peers from other countries, sharing information about themselves and their culture. Fourth is using multicultural material. This activity use learning material that include literary works, article, or video from multicultural author or content creator. And the last is language and cultural festival. So this activity holds a language and culture festival at school. Student can bring typical food and traditional clothing and introduce some or expressions from their own language to their classmates. So next, the conclusion is embracing global diversity in English lesson is a crucial step toward creating an inclusive and enriching learning environments. By embracing linguistic and cultural diversity, educators contribute to the development of individuals ready to live in an interconnected world. So yeah, I think that's all from me. Back to moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Yuyun. So Yuyun brings an interesting topic about global diversity. As all we know that in global diversity in English is wide topic. English in Indonesia might be different to English from Singapore or China. So it is very important that we need to know the cultural difference and different perspective through worldwide. Okay, thanks Yuyun. Next we come to the Arya's study. It's surviving teaching in rural areas, a phenomenological study of civil servant teachers of English. So for Arya, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, moderator. My name is Arya Hotima. My research is about surviving teaching in rural area, a phenomenological study of civil servant teacher of English. While access to high quality education is essential so young people can acquire the knowledge, skill, attitude, and values to enjoy life and successfully transition to further study, employment, and internship. Next. The next is introduction. So the introduction is have two theme in here. The first is phenomenological study. The phenomenological study research is a qualitative research approach that seeks to understand and describe the universal essence of phenomenological. And the approach investigates the everyday experience of human beings while suspending the researcher's process assumption about the phenomena. And teaching English in rural area present unique challenges and opportunities. Through a phenomenological study, we explore the experience of civil servant teacher in this region. And the next. The next is research methodology. The first is explanation of phenomenological study. The second is sample, and the third is this study was conducted at Muba rural area that consists of 3 teachers. First teacher from senior high school, 2 teacher from junior high school, who the teacher commuting from the capital city or Palembang to rural area for every day when they are have a teaching process. And the next is discussion. From this discussion, the civil servant teacher of English can survive to teaching English in rural area. The first is for discussion is challenges in teaching English rural area is a lack of qualified English language. One, enduring with English language interaction in rural school has always been lack of teacher because some variety of reason include low welfare and inadequate pay from the teacher. And the second is inadequate facilitate infrastructure and teaching material. This is also the problem and challenges from the teacher. While the facilitate to support English language teaching and learning, English language education in rural area is considered to be disadvantageous. Certain rural school receive basic supply and equipment, but because access to electricity is difficult, access to internet, and in addition, this discovered the large number of rural school building and equipment either poor condition and no longer functional. And for this facilitate the lack of internet access has been one of the prominent issue faced the English language teacher in rural area because they are difficult to getting access to various kind of interesting teaching and learning material. And the next is solution to overcome challenges in teaching English in rural area. The first is proper training for English language teacher. While in rural area, the teacher don't have more capability to access development training in the capital city or in the city, because in rural area there are more difficult and lack of to get training program. And then for the next solution is for the next solution is is support and strategies for civil servant teacher. Is the first is identifying the needs of teacher in rural area. The first is professional development opportunities is training program like I told before, technology integration, resource allocation, and the community engagement. And for the providing professional development and resource, the teacher can from rural area can support by transportation and housing. The transportation super address transportation challenge by providing durable and transportation option for challenge teachers in rural area. And for the resorts, it is a technology infrastructure like we know is it is different from the city and the rural area to take technology infrastructure. And internet connection, work toward improving internet connection is rural area to facilitate online resource, professional development and communication, access to educational software, like ensure that teacher in rural area have access educational software and online tools to enhance their teaching method. And for the next, And for the conclusion, English language teacher consider teaching English in rural area to be significant challenges. This comprehensive review of the literature examined and the difficult faced by ESL, infrastructure, and when instructing students in rural area, as well as strategy for developing those difficulties. And this is the last from my presentation. Thank you for the attention. I will back to moderator.
Okay, thank you, Arya. So Arya talks about the surviving teacher in rural area. As all we know that we have inequality education in Indonesia. So in rural area, specifically, they are lack of access of anything like internet. Like Arya said that we should give some proper training and provide the professional resources and development to get better education in Indonesia. So thank you, Arias. We jump to the last presenter, Tadia Azrieliani. It's about school principal leadership in relation to English teachers' professionalism, a case study at SMA LTI IGM Palembang. So without further ado, Tadia, please.
All right, thank you for the chance, moderator. So good morning, everyone. Okay, so in this special occasion, I would like to present about the research, the title about school principals leadership in relation to English teachers professionalism, a case study at SMA LTIGM Palembang. So the first thing that I have to talk is that why I do this research. So the first one is because of in the given large number, or we can say that we remember about the new graduates in teaching professions. We need to take, what is that? We need to take the stakeholders in the Indonesian education need to pay attention to the aspect that exists within the teachers. So one of the most well-known aspect is teacher professionalism. So why teacher professionalism? Because in fact, in the field of education, many teachers sometimes feel annoyed with the principal leaderships, of course. And for the next, I quote from Undang-Undang number 16, 2007, teachers must have 4 competencies such as pedagogy, professional, personality, and socials. So here, I deal with teachers' competency. In this research, teachers' competency is the ability of teachers to carry out the obligation in a responsible and a proper manner. So therefore, a case study is used to do an in-depth description and analysis. Next slide, please. Okay, so the problems, how does the school principal accommodate the professionalism of English teachers at SMA LTIGM Palembang, and how does it relate to the leadership style, and also how the professional competence implemented in the classroom by the English teachers. Next slide, please. Okay, next. Again. Okay, so in this significance of the study, of course, it is important to stakeholder of the school. It can provide useful guidelines in managing the professionalism in lead educational institution. Also, it can expand the insight of learning management, especially the ability to plan, implement, and evaluate. Next. All right, so the literature review of my research according to Tucker and Danumi Harja. So this research already observed in many years. So I would like to make a renew about leadership. And of course, two factors that make an educator to be called professionals. There are two. The first one is internal factor, and then the second one is external factor. For internal factor, we include the interests and talents for the teachers itself or herself. And then the second one is external factors because of the positive support from surrounding community, or we can say that as our environment in here. Next. Next again. Okay. So as I have mentioned in the previous, of course, this method of research is qualitative with case study designed. According to Creswell 2007, case study research involved the study of an issue explored through one or more cases within a bounded system. Next. Okay, so as you can see on the slides, the participants of this research are, the first one is, of course, the school principal, and then 3 English teachers, and then a vice principal of academic affair and curriculum. Why a vice principal of academic affair and curriculum? Because I would like to give some additional information regarding to his leadership in SMA LTIGM Palembang. Next. The data collection that I conduct, there are interview and observation. And then for interview, I adapt from the question Danumi Harja. And then for observation, please. Okay. So in this observation, it is obtained by observing the English teachers, especially in their professionalism competence in classroom. So here, there are some components that I have already written in this slide, starting from the lesson, planning the lesson plan until the variety of learning process. Next. Okay, so data analysis, use thematic analysis and data validity. For data validity, I used member checking and triangulation. Next. Okay, so here is the findings. For this research, I can take the conclusion that some theme that I can take from this research is that the principal leadership in SMA LTIGM Palembang has a participatory manner. So it means that the school principal involve all elements of school, including students, and then the school committee, and then the teachers itself. And the last one is it is discussed in every meeting. So because we know after we get the data from interview, we know that this principal leadership, of course, with the new regular. Next. Okay, next again. All right, so this is the result, the findings that I can mention in this presentation. So it is the observation of teachers' professionalism in SMA LTIGM. So all of the teachers are very good in their professionalism, especially in this classroom itself. So I can make conclusion that they do very good professionalism in the classroom, especially in doing or in conducting the material for the students. Next. Okay, I think that's all for my part. Thank you. Back to the moderator.
Okay, everyone. So all the presenters have presented their study. So here we come to the Q&A sessions. So for those of you who wants to ask questions to the presenters, you may chat to the Zoom or you may raise hand if you are in the room right now. Okay, I see Nurmatasya. So the committee, please pass the microphone, please. Okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nurmatasya. I am from Magister students of first semester. I would like to ask the second speaker as the challenges in implementing global diversity. Okay, one of challenges that you show to us is teacher training, right? So what do you think when our government has made a teacher training for some areas, but of course there are so many teachers over there that who need training in order to increase their ability in teaching English. And how about for rural area who has limited connection for internet? So what do you think as the best solution for this condition? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nurmatasya, for the good question. So I think we can collect the question first, and then for those of you who wants to ask the question, you may raise hand. Okay, I see two. First is Weni first. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the chance. Maybe my question is for the last presenter. Yeah, talking about teacher professionalism, as a teacher, we cannot be spirited from the words professional, right? So, as far as you are concerned, what the interesting things have you encountered during the completion of this study? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Weni, for the good question. I see Nurfita. Okay, Nurfita, you may ask the question.
Okay, thank you for that. I would like to ask about Nanda Nadia. So what are the challenges of the literacy practice in cultural training exchange in company employees? Thank you.
Okay, guys, we have collected three questions. The first question is, what is the best solution for teaching in rural area for you areas study? And the second question, Yuyun, okay. For the second is about professional and interesting that she encountered while conducting the study, and the third one is the challenges. So I would like to add one question actually. So I'm interested in the first presenter is about trading and exchanges of state-owned company employees. So I'm so new about this. It's about the international business and trading. So for Nanda, so what is your personal reason conduct this study? Is it based on your personal experience or something? Okay. Okay. There will be 4 questions for this session. Okay. So I think we'll start from the first question, the best solution of teaching in rural area. So Yuyun, you may answer.
Thank you for the question, Nurma. So I will try to answer your question. So first, maybe the teacher in rural area should prepare or provide resources in the city first, so they can present or share with the teacher in rural area. Like teacher have access to in the city, teacher have access to resource, books, and material that can represent a variety of cultural and perspective, and they can use technology to bring global perspective into the classroom through virtual exchange and online collaboration or video. And they can also collaborate with the community, like work closely with local community leaders, maybe our parents or organization, to integrate cultural awareness into the school ethos, and they can invite community members to participate in school activity and share their cultural knowledge. Yeah, so they can invite community from the city or the expert one to share their experience and their cultural knowledge. And yeah, and I think that teacher in rural area can use to overcome that challenges. Thank you.
Okay, for Yu's answer, she said that we can invite the community that include parents to share the multicultural, the multicultural context and share their awareness and their challenges and they overcome the solutions. Okay, that's for the first question. Okay, I think it's clear. And then the second question, it's about professionalism and the thing interesting encountered while conducting the study. So for this presenter, you may answer.
I'm sorry, moderator. May I interrupt? May I interrupt the answer?
Okay, you wanna add some additional information or?
Yeah, I want to make it clear for the answer.
Okay, you may.
Okay. From what you explained before, the point that I get from your answer is, the teacher from the rural area have to learn to the city, right? In order to learn about how to make a better material for the students in the rural area, because the problem in the rural area is about limited connection for internet, right? So that's the point. And beside that, maybe you say that we have to invite another community that what is that join about how to teach in rural area for specific in the particular. That's the point, is it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the nice explanation, Nurmatasia. Okay, we continue to answer the second questions. The presenter, you may answer.
Okay, let me answer the question related to leadership style. Yeah, I do agree with the question that many teachers have problems or obstacle in the school, especially their professionalism. Yeah, in conducting this research about school principal leadership, so I can make conclusion that in this research, school principal play a crucial or critical role in the success of school. And also, there is a research that suggests that the leadership style can have significant impact on student outcomes. So here, I would like to make a point that during the research, so I make interesting. I can take the interesting thing that I can learn from this research. In this school, they pay attention to the students' outcomes. So the students' outcomes here, they usually do the project. So they usually do the project. It means that I am interested in the principal leadership that has the style of what is that? Conducting meeting in every lesson, in every week. So that's what I can catch from this during the research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for the participant who asked the questions, do the presenter make it clear for the answer?
Yes, clear
Okay.
enough. Okay, I
Okay.
got the point. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. Thank you, the presenter, for the nice answer. So we come to the question for the first presenter, and you have 2 questions to answer. Okay, you may begin.
Okay, thank you for the question. So I would like to combine and direct answer from the 2 questions. And actually, I choose the title for my research is based on my personal experience because I work at one of state-owned company, and then I see the phenomenon, the interaction between employees and the international customer in the board. And then how about the challenge from literacy practices in multicultural trading exchange of state-owned company employees? Actually, there are some challenge from the collecting the data. For the first, like the language barriers, cultural misunderstanding between international customer and local employees, and negotiation strategy about the negotiation about the temperature from the ship and etc. And then the lack of cultural awareness, communication technology, and etc. For example, like the cultural misunderstanding. The difference in cultural norms, values, and communication styles can lead to misunderstandings and conflicts, and employees may not be aware of cultural nuance that can affect negotiation and relationship with trading partners. Okay, I think that's all.
Okay, thank you, Nanda, for the answer. So for Nufirta, do the first presenter make it clear for the question? Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, for the ICT team, do we have question from Zoom meeting? Okay. I think we have question from Zoom meeting. It's okay, wait. So it's from Mona Monica. Okay, so the Mona Monica asks that to Yuyun Tri Rahayu, what are the perspective and experiences of educators regarding the implementation of global diversity in English lessons, and how do the teachers perceive the impact of integrating global diversity into their instructional practices, and what challenges and successes have they encountered in this process? Okay. So the perspective and experiences. So this is the questions from Mona Monica. Thank you, Mona Monica, for the nice questions. Okay, it's about perspective, experiences, impact, and challenges. So many aspects are questioned in here. So for you, Yun, you may begin to answer the question.
Okay, thank you for the question. So as we know, Indonesia have the has mana sih? Oh, as we know, as a country with a large population, Indonesia is one of the largest multicultural countries in the world. With ethnic group, with diverse cultures and language, belief, social condition, economy, religion, and gender. So that can be interpreted that cultural diversity is a natural event of meeting various culture through the interaction of various individuals and group with their respective cultural behaviors. So in one of the sub-district in South Sumatra, namely Belitung Regency, the average citizen who lives in Belitung is come from different cultures, such as Balinese, Javanese, Batak, Komering, Ogan, and others. So because of that, I think seeing the first phenomena in that regency, it can be interesting to implement the global diversity in that school who have the students come from diverse cultures. And the challenges, honestly. And and as we know, the benefit of incorporating global diversity in English lesson can be cultural competence. So students develop cultural competence by gaining knowledge and understanding of diverse cultures, enhancing their ability to communicate and interact in multicultural settings. And also they can engaging with diverse culture, enhance language proficiency as students are exposed to various accent, vocabulary, and language structures. And yeah, I think that's my answer. Maybe my friends can add something. No, yeah, I think that's all.
So based Yuyun's answer is that she is very interested to the diversity in the classroom in Belitung, yeah. Okay. So in Belitung, the sub-district in Palembang, South Sumatra. So the students come from diverse background with diverse cultural. So maybe it comes to the global diversity in English. So she want to know the cultural awareness and then different culture among the students in the classroom. So for Monica, do Yuyun answer your question? Okay. So because our time is limited, we have discussed many things and answered questions. And for this session, we have discussed about literacy practices in trading exchanges and state-owned company employees, and then the implementation of global diversity, the surviving teaching in rural area, and the teacher professionalism, school principals leadership in LTIGM Palembang, a case study. So I think that was all for our session today, for this session. So I close with Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'll give it back to the MC.
Okay, thank you very much for all of the presenters and also the moderator and also the Notulen. And then we go to the next session, session 3. We are inviting Debbie Dwi Juliani and also Dewi Nurholis as a moderator and also Notulen. And also the presenters, Fanny Tifano and Fahra Dila Azahra, please.
Check.
And also we are inviting Rizky Amiro and also Mutia Zahranisa.
also as the presenter for the section 3.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Now we are gonna start our third session of discussion today. I'm Debbie Dwi Juliani as the moderator, and here we have 4 presenters with us. Let's welcome Fanny Tifano, Fahradila Azahra, Rizky Amiroh, and Mutia Zahranisa. Without any first, we're gonna have 10 minutes of presentation for each presenter, and we continue with 15 minutes of question and answer session. Let's start without any further ado with our first presenter, Fanny Tifano, who's gonna present the topic entitled Changes in English Language Learning in the Post-Pandemic Era, Experiences of Lecturers and Students at the English Education Study Program of Sriwijaya University. To Fanny, time is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Firstly, before starting my presentation today, I would like to say thank you very much for Busari Silviani, Aiman, and my fellow friends who are in the first semester, and also the ICT staff who have been working hard and participating to arrange this event. All right, my name is Fanny Tifano, and in this opportunity, I would like to present my research entitled Changes in English Language Teaching and Learning in the Post-Pandemic Era, Experiences of Lecturers and Students at the English Education Study Program of Sriwijaya University. Next slide, please. All right. Firstly, the research background. As we know that the world first encountered coronavirus in December 2019, and the COVID-19 outbreak did not take a long time to spread worldwide, as it was declared as a pandemic on March 11, 2020 by the World Health Organization. The COVID-19 pandemic has been giving a significant impact on all aspects of life, and educational aspect was not an exception. Therefore, to stop the rapid transmission of the COVID-19, school closures were implemented. Due to the school closures, to maintain the teaching and learning process, the transition occurs from face-to-face learning that we used to have before the pandemic to full online learning during the pandemic. And now, in this post-pandemic era, we have been shifting again to face-to-face learning. All right, the problems and objectives of the study are to investigate the English language teaching and learning at English Education Study Program of Sriwijaya University in the period before, during, and after pandemic, focusing on its pre-activities, main activities, and post-activities, and the positive and negative changes brought by the teaching and learning experience during the pandemic to the English language teaching and learning in the post-pandemic at the English Education Study Program of Sriwijaya University. All right, next slide, please. Okay. The next part is literature review. I've summarized that there are 3 phases of this literature review. Firstly, before the pandemic, the practice was physically conducted in the classroom. This is according to Ndoflu et al. 2020, Siregar 2022, and Sujarwo et al. 2020, where the common conventional methods employed were lecturing, presentation, discussion, and task completion. Additionally, another perspective mentioned that technology and even virtual learning had been involved in its practice even before the pandemic occurred. This is according to Fatoni et al. and so forth. Okay, and then during the pandemic, teacher and students were required to teach and learn from home. And the full-time online teaching and learning were carried out with the assistance of digital tools and various online platforms. And in the midst of pandemic, teachers tended to move the usual teaching and learning activities held before the pandemic to the virtual learning environment. And then, from what I read from some articles, after the pandemic, online learning and blended learning have attained profound popularity among teachers and students worldwide due to the occurrence of the COVID-19 pandemic. For approximately 2 years, both educators and learners have got accustomed to the technology utilization in education and online learning. Therefore, in the post-pandemic period, the physical classes start to be held again, supported by the technology integration and virtual learning approaches that were previously applied during the pandemic. All right, next slide, please. Okay. The next part is methodology. The first thing that I would like to tell is research design. The research design focuses on qualitative approach with specifically on phenomenological research design. And for the data collection, as you can see here, I used 3 instruments. The first one is in-depth or semi-structured interviews and observation, and the last one is documentation. The site of this research is English Education Study Program of Sriwijaya University undergraduate program, and the participants, there were 8 participants for the interviewees. They were 3 lecturers and 5 students. There were 8 questions asked to them, and the media to conduct the interview is through Zoom meeting. And then the observations were done to 6 courses in the academic year starting from August 2023, and I used observation sheet to observe them. And then the last one is documentation. The documentation can be photos, videos, audio, reports, documents, assignments, etc. And it can be collected through WhatsApp, e-learning Unsri, etc. And the data analysis for the interview transcript, I used thematical analysis. And for the observation and documentation, I used the qualitative analysis. Okay, next slide, please. All right. This is the result of the interview section. Theme 1, Timeline of English Language Teaching and Learning Transition at the English Education Study Program of Sriwijaya University due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think it's clear from the picture that from April 2021 and before April 2021, the teaching and learning activities were done full face-to-face. And then from April 2021 until August 2022, the teaching and learning activities were done fully online. And starting from August 2022 until now, it has been shifted again to the face-to-face learning. All right, and then for theme 2, English language teaching and learning at the English Education Study Program of Sriwijaya University before COVID-19 pandemic, when the participants were asked about how was the English language teaching and learning before the pandemic. And those are the keywords of the responses. Before the COVID-19 pandemic occurred, the teaching and learning activities were done conventionally or traditionally, face-to-face with limited technology, and most of them were using paper-based method. And the activities done are presentation, group work, lecturing, and discussion. And then the media used are WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, and email. Next slide, please. For the third theme, English language teaching and learning English language teaching and learning at the English education study program of Sriwijaya University during the COVID-19 pandemic. Most of the participants replied that all activities were moved to online, but there were no specific activities. It means that all the activities that were conducted before the pandemic, they were just moved to online. And then there was extensive usage of internet and technology, and most of them started with no or little experience with online learning. So the activities are generally divided into two methods: synchronous, which were using Zoom meeting, Google Meet, and e-learning Unsuri, and asynchronous activities, which were using Google Classroom, e-learning Unsuri, WhatsApp, and Google Form. And they also use social media such as YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And for the fourth theme, English language teaching and learning at the English education study program of Sriwijaya University after the COVID-19 pandemic, they stated that there was adjustment to the offline activities again, but there were no specific difference for the activities. And what's new in the post-pandemic era is online and offline integration, which are hybrid and blended learning, and it also offers more flexibility. Next slide, please. Okay, theme 5, positive changes brought from the pandemic teaching experience to the ELT now in the post-pandemic era. The participants stated that it offers more flexibility, they become technologically literate, and it is efficient. It means that they save time and save the transportation money. And also there are various sources of information and accessible learning materials, and it also promotes independent learning. And then for theme 6, negative changes brought from the pandemic teaching experience to the ELT now in the post-pandemic era. Most of them said that they become less motivated because they all already felt comfortable with the online learning in the COVID-19 pandemic period. And then the last one is the ELT before, during, or after pandemic. Most of them prefer the ELT after the pandemic. Okay, I think that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, what an interesting topic presented by Fanny about the shifting from before pandemic, during the pandemic, and after the pandemic is the blended learning and hybrid learning. Okay, next we move to our second presenter, Fahradila Azhara, who's gonna present about technology integrated instruction in ELT at SMP Islam Al Azhar 33 Palembang. To Fahradila, time is yours.
All right, thank you, moderator, for the chance that given to me. Good morning, everyone. I hope we are all in good condition today. So let me introduce myself first. My name is Fahradila Zahra. Today, I would like to present you about the topic technology integration at, technology integration instruction in ELT at SMP Islam Al Azhar 33 Palembang. So I will start from the background of the study. So as we know that technology keeps developing in all aspects of our lives. It also has been extensively used in educational contexts. Well, according to Ahmadi 2017, in current education, technology is considered as a great way in supporting the learning process in the digital era. Moreover, since the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic that happened in the end of 2019, where the teaching and learning activities were started to carry out online from home, the use of technology in education is increased. In online learning, students and lecturers rely on a variety of digital tools and resources. When talking about technology in teaching and learning, the term integration is used. Technology integration refers to how teachers and lecturers use technology to improve the process of learning and instruction in the classroom. Integrating technology in language teaching can provide opportunities for students and influences on the teaching processes, as well as influence the teaching processes and methods used by teacher and lecturers. So in short, based on what I have explained previously, I interested to conduct this study. This present study will find out of how the implementation of technology integrated instruction in ELT, the challenges in the implementation of technology integrated instruction in ELT, as well as the possible solution to meet the challenges. Okay, the next is the methodology. So here this study will use qualitative method in a case study. For the silent participants, this study will conduct it at SMP Islam Al-Azhar 33 Palembang, and the participants will be the principal, two English teachers, and the representative of the ninth grade students of each class. Next is for data collection. The study will be used observation, interview, and document review. For the data analysis, for observation, I will make a summary of observation, and for the interview, it will be used thematic analysis. For document review, the document that will be reviewed there are collecting curriculum, syllabus, and lesson plan. Okay, next we move to the literature review. The first is about technology integration. The term technology is defined in varied definition. In narrow description, technology is mostly linked with computer equipment, software, and other electronic devices. According to Davis 2011, he stated that technology integration is the actual application of educational technology in accomplishing intended learning outcomes, and educational technology is defined as any tool, piece of equipment, or device, electronic or mechanical, that can be used to support instructional technologies for teachers and learning technologies for students. And the second is about technology integrated instruction. Technologies are much more than computers. It supports classroom instruction by allowing students to complete assignment on computers rather than traditional by using pencil or paper. In short, technology integrated instruction is a thoughtful and planned way of integrating technology tools and resources into the teaching and learning processes. It includes improving instructional practices by utilizing various digital technologies such as computer and mobile devices. Next point is about English language teaching. We know that ELT is an important field that helps non-native speakers gain proficiency in the English language. And with the growing importance of English in today's globalized world, ELT plays an important role in providing students with valuable language skills for academic, professional, and personal success. And it is as a demand for qualified English teacher grows, educators must keep up to date with the technological advancements and incorporate them into the teaching practices. Next is technology integration in ELT. Currently, technology integration has significantly changed English teaching methods. English teachers use variety of technology tools in the classroom to engage students in their English lesson. It provides many possibilities in making teaching more interesting and effective in the context of development. According to Badzin 2001, emphasized that technological learning environment tends to create more effective learning process compared to the traditional one. As we know that in traditional classroom, teacher more often stand in front of the students and to use blackboard or whiteboard to deliver the lectures, explanation, and instruction. So since the advancement of technology, these methods must be modified by using multimedia text in the classroom, for example, as well as the use of print, film, and the internet. So in general, all EFL teachers realize that the importance of integrating technology and digital learning in the classroom in this 21st century, because the use of technology in ELT is as a demand now. And the educators must keep up to date on the latest tools and approaches to ensure that technology integration remains an important part of ELT. Next is possible challenges in technology integrated instruction. Well, there are many benefits of integrating technology in English language teaching. For example, one of them from Returning Room 2023 stated that with the assistance of technology, learners of the English language can use technology to find many authentic materials that can help them improve their language competence and cooperative learning, as well as their positive attitude toward learning. However, despite many benefits of integrating modern technology into ELT, there are also challenges or obstacles in implementing the technology in English learning, such as a lack of time, excess of technological resources, difficulty operating tools, and insufficient teacher training. And also, Returning Group 2023 also mentioned that the challenge in integrated technology in ELT include type of technology, class size, cost, access, time, lectures load, and the rapid development of technology. So the last point is about possible solution to the challenges in technology integrated instruction. Well, some experts have identified several solutions to address the challenges in technology integrated instruction. So some of them suggest that the recommendation from the Groho and Mutiaraningrum 2020, the first is comprehensive teacher training, and the second, collaborative planning and support. 3, alignment with curriculum standards, and the 4 is adequate resources and infrastructure, and the last is continuous evaluation and improvement. All right, that's all from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you for second presenter. That's discussed about the integrating technology in ELT, and Fahradila mentioned that the teacher already realized the importance of the implementation of technology in ELT, and that the challenges is lack of time, rapid changes of technology, lack of teacher training, and the solution is more teacher training and etc. Thank you. Let's move to the third presenter, Rizky Amiroh, that will be present about students' needs analysis for HOTS and information transfer-based English reading materials for nursing students. For Rizky, time is yours.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. First of all, let me thank you all for coming here today. I am Rizky Amiroh. Let me start by saying a few words about my background. As you can see on the screen, my topic is about students' need analysis for HOTS and information transfer-based English reading materials for nursing students. Next slide, please. Okay, here is the background. One of the features of teaching English in Health Polytechnic or Poltekkes is the characterization of the material provided. It should be sufficiently prepared or developed for students to boost comprehension and make subject matter easier to understand. And the purpose of this study was to look into the demands of nursing students at Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang in order to develop HOTS and information-based English reading materials. So the focus of this study was to characterize the viewpoints of students and lecturers on English reading materials based on HOTS and also information transfer scopes. All right, next slide, please. Okay, there are 3 keywords of this study. The first one is HOTS, or higher order thinking skill. It encompasses critical thinking, problem solving, and analytical abilities essential for preparing students to meet the demands of an increasingly complex world. To empower nursing students with these essential cognitive skill, it is crucial to ensure that the educational materials provided are tailored to their specific needs. The second keyword is information transfer. It is the technique where we convert to the content of the verbal language form into the non-verbal one using diagram, pictures, or table, and so on. And the last keyword is ESP, or English for specific purpose. It refers to the teaching and learning of English language skills for specific academic or professional purposes. Its function is to help learners develop the language skill they need to communicate effectively in specific field. And in this study is for nursing students or nursing study program students. Next slide, please. Right. Methodology. So as you can see on the screen, the participants of this study involved the lecturers or English lecturers and nursing study program students of Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang. In this study, a need analysis was required to evaluate the students' need for designing HOTS and information transfer-based reading materials. A questionnaire and semi-structured interviews were used to collect the data for gaining the essential information. There were 4 sections to the questionnaire, same as Ermalati Putri explanation before. There are TSE or target situation analysis, and then deficiency analysis, present situation analysis or PSA, and the last one is strategy analysis. Following that, the lecturers were interviewed in a semi-structured interviews. The data were analyzed quantitatively and qualitatively, or the design of this study is a mixed method. Next slide. We come to findings and discussion section. There were 2 scopes here. The first one is the students' need viewed by the students. The data obtained from the students' perspective were examined in terms of students' need in TSA, deficiency analysis, PSE, and strategy analysis. And the data represented the highest percentage of students' responses to each questionnaire questions. And on the screen for TSA, it addressed students' needs, general intents, and expectation when studying English. Next slide. For deficiency analysis, it examined students' current wants, needs, and lack, while also finding out whether their target condition was at a low or weak level. Next. Okay, here are for PSA or present situation analysis. This section concentrates on students' English skill, topics taught, and knowledge of HOTS and information transfer. And last is strategy analysis. It details students' prepared learning method for reading. To shorten time, I only show the table or diagram of the result, and you can see it in detail in my PPT that I have shared on Google Drive, right? And the second scope is about, next slide, the students' need viewed by the English teacher, right? Interviews with 2 English lecturers were undertaken to learn more about students' need. The findings of this interview demonstrate that English is required for vocation schools such as paramedics, all of which require high English skills. But the English teaching materials, in case reading texts over don't correspond to the students' abilities or the scientific disciplines in nursing study program at Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang. In conclusion, based on the finding of this study, the teaching materials utilized in learning English are course books that contain topics relating to general English. Since the Palembang Ministry of Health Polytechnic is a vocational college, or Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang is a vocational college, English teaching materials for specific purposes are required. The students' reading skill in English was relatively low. Next slide. Based on the findings of this study, English lecturers should create their own teaching materials in a health sector, which is nursing skill for each 4 nursing study program, so that the students from each study program can learn English based on the demands of their study program. In other words, providing specific English teaching materials for students in each study program is a demand that must be met. All right, we come to the last explanation. Yeah, I think that's all about my presentation. Thanks for attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rizky Amiro, for your presentation about students' need analysis on nursing students in Politekkes Palembang. Before we move to the last presenter today, for participants, please be conducive and let's hear the presentation from our fourth presenter, Mutia Zaharanisa, who's gonna present about designing HOTS-based English learning materials using SWAY for midwifery students of Holt Polytechnic Palembang. For Mutia, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the chance. I would like to thank everyone for being here. My title here is Designing Hot Space English Reading Materials Using SWAY for Midwifery Students of Health Polytechnic Palembang or Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang. Okay, so it's the title. We go to the first slide. Okay, so according to Bas Strukman in 2006, learning a language in ESP is not for general education, but rather for improved linguistic efficiency in the academic, professional, and also workplace environment. Next. So the objectives of this study is to find out whether or not the developed hot space English reading materials by using SWAY for the midwifery study program students of Health Polytechnic are valid and practical and also have potential effects. Next. Okay, for the background. For the first one, in midwifery study program of Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang, English is actually a required subject. And the second one, it's the lack of relevant English handbook and also limited vocabulary competence by the students. And the last one is the limited learning media. The hot space reading materials here is to analyze and synthesize the information, to evaluate the evidence, and also to apply the knowledge to the real-world situation. Okay, so here are the advantages of integrating the HOTS into English reading materials. The first one is to enhance the critical thinking skills. The second one is to promote the problem-solving skills, and also to improve the communication skills of the students. Why SWAY? So SWAY itself is a digital multimedia tool to create interactive and engaging tool for the students to learn the subject and integrates multimedia elements such as videos, images, animations, and etc. So the advantages of the SWAY itself, it enables the integration of multimedia elements, and it also provides a range of interactive features. And last but not least, it enables the creation of visually appealing. For the research design, we use Ecker 1999's research design, and the creation of valid, practical, and potentially effective hot-based English reading materials is the aim of this study. So analysis, design, evaluation, and revision are the main stage of this study that is being carried out, and several analysis will be conducted throughout the analysis phase to gather the data needed as foundation for the product development later. Okay, next. Okay, so in order to produce innovative teaching strategies, technologies, and instructional materials that can improve the students' learning and teaching outcomes, R&D research in education involves developing the information and testing it out through trials and studies, and the results of the R&D research in education can guide the creation of curricula and the design of teaching methods. Okay, so for the subject of the study, here it's the students of Day 3 Midwifery Study Program of Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang. So there are 3 stages of the evaluation. The first one, we're gonna use the one-to-one evaluation. Here we're gonna take 3 students, and the next one is the small group, and also the last one is the field test. Next. Okay, for collecting the data here, we use 3. The first one is questionnaires. The second one is semi-structured interview and also the reading test. So the questionnaires will be given to the students in focus group and the small group evaluation in the form of a Likert scale to get information about their opinion and comments after reviewing and using the materials. And based on the Likert scale, the questionnaires will be ranging from strongly disagree, uncertain, agree, and also strongly agree, with the ranging from 1 to 5. For the semi-structured interview, in order to get information and to know the students' opinion about the product, the researcher will interview some students, the English lecturers, and also the head of study program by using Indonesian language. We use Indonesian language since we really want to know the problem facing by the students and in doing the exercises or in reading the materials, and to see the strengths and weaknesses of the product later on. And for the reading comprehension test, it's useful in knowing the potential effect on the development of reading materials. And the reading comprehension test itself is in the form of multiple choices, including several aspects such as main idea, inference, cause and effect, vocabulary in context, and also reference. And before it will be given to the real class in field test, the reading comprehension has to be tried out to see the validity and the practicality. Okay, next. Okay, sorry, it's actually the techniques for analyzing the data, yeah? So to analyze the data, here we're gonna do the data analysis of validity, data analysis of practicality, and also the data analysis of effectiveness, yeah? Okay, wait. Okay, so the data analysis of validity, the product's validity in terms of the content, language, and instructional design will be examined in this study, and the developed product's validity will be assessed by the expert through the process of walkthrough and in the validation sheet that is provided, and yeah, they will write the score and the feedback for this. And for the practicality, a questionnaire based on the opinions of the students about the instructional reading materials that was generated in one-to-one, and the small group assessment will be used for the assessment. And after using the created HOTS based reading materials, the students who will be assessed individually and in small groups will respond to the questionnaire. And for the effectiveness, the pre and the post test of reading comprehension will be administered to see the effectiveness of the product. I think that's all for my part today. Thank you so much for your attention. Good morning.
All right, thank you, Mutia, for a nice presentations about using Sway, a digital tool for integrating materials for videos, pictures, presentations, and etc. Okay, now we move to our question and answer session. For everyone who wants to ask questions, please you may raise your hand and mention your name. Or for our participants from Zoom, you may send your question through chat box, or you may want to ask directly by turning on your camera and mic. So please, participant. All right, I see.
All right. Thank you, moderator. My name is Tadia Zrialiani. So I would like to ask about Rizky Amiro's presentation related to the place that she conduct in Poltekkes. So, Rizky, why do you think that that place is interested for you to conduct the research? Can you explain it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we gonna keep the question first. Okay, for anyone who wants to ask another question. For all our participants, if you have questions, you may raise your hand. While waiting for your questions, maybe I think we gonna answer Tadia questions first, which asking about the reason why the third presenter, Rizky Amiro, choose the place, the Poltekkes Palembang for his research, her research. I mean, okay, please, Rizky Amiro.
Okay, thank you so much for the question, Tadia. I would like to answer your questions. Why I am interested in conducting the research at Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang with nursing students, with the participant, which is nursing study program students. All right, based on the literature review that I have done before I before I tell my advisor what will be my research in third semester. So it is very rare for language students, especially in Sriwijaya University students, to conduct this kind of research at Poltekkes, because we are in Palembang, so we have one Poltekkes, which is Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang. So, and also there was a case there in nursing study program. There was no English language material which are specific. I mean, there is general only, not specific one for that study program. So I am interested in conducting this research at Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang using nursing students as respondents. And that I'm interested in conducting this research at Poltekkes to develop specific reading products for nursing students. In my article that will be published on April 2024 in Fellows Journal, I state that I only discuss the students' need analysis, and my thesis will focus on developing reading product using descriptive text and will be designed using Canva and also quizzes for the activities. I think that's all.
Okay, that's the answer from our presenter. Do we have clear answer from the presenter, Tadia?
Yeah, I think I got what Rizky's opinion regarding to her research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we may want your for all the participants to ask questions. Or from Zoom, do we have? No? Gimana nih? Or we have Fanny Tifano, who discussed about changes in English language teaching and learning in. Okay, okay. We have that.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, thank you for the chance. My name is Sabila Tasya. I would like to ask Fanny, in terms of the research design that you used, I found that it is not really familiar with me. I just want to know about the more about the result of the research design that you used, the phenomenological research design. Is it true? Can you share with us what the type of, I mean that why you use the phenomenological research design? Is it suitable for your project? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nabila. I think we can directly answer the questions. I'll give it to Fanny.
Okay, thank you, Nabila, for the question. So, my research is focusing on qualitative research, which employed phenomenological design, research design. Okay, so, wait, yeah. Actually, I have read some books related to research design. According to Arsenault and Anderson 1998, a qualitative study is a type of inquiry that explores phenomena in natural settings and employs multi-methods to interpret, understand, explain, and bring meaning to them. Specifically, the phenomenological study that I conducted for my research, because this type of study is aimed to describe, explain, and interpret a phenomenon, circumstance, or experience by exploring the meaning of these as understood by the participants, frequently at an individual as well as a group level. This is according to Marshall and Rosman, 2018. And additionally, the phenomenological study describes the common meaning for some individuals of their lived experience of a concept of a phenomenon, where the phenomenon here refers to the COVID-19 pandemic. Yes, so in accordance with the research design, I employ interviews, observation, and documentation for my data collection instruments. Is that did I answer your question, Nabila?
Okay, thank you for your explanation. But in this case, the phenomenological research design is part of the qualitative.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next question. One.
So my name is Tripuja Lestari. I would like to ask Fanny Tifano. So, in what ways have English education study program adapted their curriculum to address the shift to online learning during pandemic, and how have students responded to these changes? I think that's all.
All right, thank you. So you asked about student response about these changes, right? Okay, let me give it directly to Fanny. You may.
Okay, thank you for the question. From what I heard in the interview sessions, COVID-19 has been bringing many changes for the English language teaching and learning now in this post-pandemic era, both positively and negatively. And the positive changes include the flexibility, being more literate in using technology and applications, availability of broader sources of learning materials, and so forth. Meanwhile, there are also negative changes brought by the language teaching and learning during the pandemic, include being less motivated because they, like students and also the lecturers, are already comfortable with the fully online learning during the pandemic, and also many cheating and plagiarizing actions, and also lack of English proficiency and so forth. As we know that today we use AI, right? AIs. There are so many AIs that we can use to write an essay, write a paragraph, or write article, something like that. So that's one of the negative changes, the students' laziness. And at the end, most of the participants, including the students that I interviewed, agreed that they preferred English language teaching and learning now in the post-pandemic era, comparing to the previous eras before and during the pandemic, since they can integrate both online and offline learning. So they are taking advantages from what they have had in the online learning experience before. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the answers, there are the positive and the negative response from the students, right? Right, Fanny mentions about the positive one is the flexibility, the convenience, and the negative one is there's plagiarism. The students less motivated in learning, but the students uh, get tend to want the positive ones. Did Fanny answer the questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Clear.
Thank you. It's for all participants. Is there any questions? Is there anyone to want to ask another question for our participant? So there's Fahradila Zahra and Kak Mutia Zahra Nisa from the questions from the presenters before presentation, I mean.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
that's-
you. My name is Miftahun Haji Aditya Pratama. I would like to ask to Mutia Zahra Nisa. Your title is Designing Hot-Paced English Reading Material Using Sway for Midwifery Students of Health Polytechnic Palembang. So, my question is, why did you choose this topic? Because I mean, what are the connection between midwifery students and hot-based English reading materials? Because as we know, in Indonesia, after they graduate, maybe they just work in hospital, right? In Indonesia. So, what are the urgency for the hot-paced English reading? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Adit. Do we get the question? Okay, let me give directly to.
Okay, thank you so much, Adit, for the question. So, for your information, the students of Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang, yeah, for the several study programs, they actually cooperate with some hospitals in Saudi Arabia. and there are some students like they just graduated and they are being accepted to be health workers in hospitals in Riyadh, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So that's why the English reading skills here is really necessary because they gonna be an international health workers where they have to interact and they really need to understand and they also need to have a source of reading that they just in case later on they have to face in real world situation. I hope you get what I mean. Yes? Thank you so much, Adit.
All right, thank you. I think last questions. Anybody want to ask? From the participant, I think we have one more chance to ask the 4 presenter here. From the right side, I think you may, okay. Please, committee.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
My name is Melanium and I'm from the first semester. I'm interested in the topic about the technology integrated instruction in English language teaching at SMP Islam Al-Azhar 33 Palembang ya. So you are talking about the instructional design, right? In your topic. So my question is, did the teacher in that school already got the solution to solve the problem that happened in that school according to your research? I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the questions is about the challenges that the teachers in SMP Al-Azhar 33 Palembang face. That did the teachers have the solutions for the challenges itself? Okay, thank you. I think Kak Fahra, we may directly answer.
Okay, thank you, Mela, for the questions. I will try to answer. Okay, actually, it's not about instructional design, but it is about technology integrated instruction in ELT. So it means that technology integration is the use of technology during the teaching and learning process. So for the solution, actually, I haven't conducted this study yet to the school. However, it's still the plan. So I haven't got the solution or the data, the challenge or the solution from this school. Okay, that's all that I can answer.
All right, thank you. I think that the end of our question and answer sessions today. We have discussed 4 interesting topics starting from the changes in English language teaching and learning from the post-pandemic era and the technology integrated instruction in LT, and then HOTS and information transfer based English in reading materials for nursing students and midwifery students of Health Polytechnic Palembang, right? So that's the interesting topic. That's thanks for our 4 presenters today and all of our participants. Let us close this 3rd session by saying wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'll give it back to MC.
Okay, thank you for the all presenters, moderator, and Notulen. So that's all about the presentation for the 3 session. Now we have a break session, so for all of you guys can take a break for a while, and then we will continue the next sessions at 1. Thank you and see you.
Check. Well, let us continue our event for today. I would like to call you for the fourth session today. Start from the moderator. It should be Ranidia Ayumutia and Notulen Warda Sri Erza. Also for the presenters, Maria Angela, Nurvita Sari, Dora Yanti, and Rizka Febriantini. Please come forward.
Tes. Well, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ranidia Ayumutia as moderator will lead this session for. In this session, we will have 10 minutes per each presenters to explicate their materials and 15 minutes for Q&A session. So here I have already with 4 presenters. There are Maria Angela Silvistasari, Nurvita Sari, Dora Yanti, and Rizka Febriantini. Without any further ado, I would like to invite our first presenters. For Maria Angela, time is yours.
Thank you for moderator and good afternoon for all participants. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Maria Angela Silvistasari, and I will present my research about climate change-based speaking instructional material for the 4th grade students at St. Paul's Junior Seminary, Students Need Analysis. So I will start with the background. Within a few decades, global warming occurred, followed by a rise in sea levels, which ultimately result in extreme weather and climate changes. So all humans is called to put more awareness about climate change and make changes for a better earth. And one way to raise awareness of education of climate change is to implement it into education. As stated by UNESCO in 2021, education and training is important to address climate change because we can make it into central part of international response. And seminary is a school equivalent to a high school that specifically for prospective Catholic priests. So in Catholic Church, Pope Francis, as the highest leader of Catholic community, called for Laudato Si. So it's a movement for awareness for environment, where all humans are invited to care more about environment, and it is included climate change. And seminaries, which are Catholic school, are also expected to fulfill the Pope Francis call. Therefore, this study aimed to obtain information regarding seminary students' needs for developing climate change-based English-speaking material. Next slide, please. So why speaking? There are some previous studies have focused in climate change issues in language education. For example, Tenridinanti et al. In 2021 developed English report text reading material based on climate change for 11th grade students. And also Noto et al. In 2022 developed climate change exposition reading materials. So from this result, there has been some development of English language material based on climate change, but none has discussed about the speaking aspect. As stated by Urban and Noor in 2017, studying English without speaking is pointless. So it is important to have the speaking aspect for this research. Next, please. Okay. So for the method, I use mixed method approach, which is quantitative and qualitative. And the participants is one class of 4th grade students. There are 31 students of St. Paul's Junior Seminary and an English teacher. So there are two types of questionnaires used here, closed-ended and open-ended questionnaire. And next. Yeah, this is the result of the closed-ended questionnaires. The closed-ended questionnaire divided into 3: climate change, English speaking skill, and climate change in education. These are the results based on Likert scale. And this is the open-ended questionnaire. The first is about students' view of the English-speaking activity that they like to be applied. It is important to know what activity that they like to do in a class. They mention a lot about dialogue and then followed by storytelling, presentation, speech, newscasting, and songs. And the second question about the students' opinion of the English-speaking activity that uses climate change material. The researcher collected their opinion. The mention about it can add in new insight about climate change, and it can also learn about climate change, learn new vocabularies, and increasingly understand of the climate change that is happening now on Earth. Okay, so this is the interview result. I did interview with 3 students from lower, middle, and upper grades in the class. There are 6 points I conclude from the interview. The first point about the difficulties in students' English learning process. They mention about speaking, and they are finding that the lesson less interesting and challenging in the class. And then about the difficulties in learning speaking class, they found that they have limited vocabularies and difficulty in spontaneous conversations. And the third point, the interesting English speaking activities. I asked them again about the interesting English speaking activities, and then they mentioned about dialogues. And student opinion about climate change. I need to know what's their opinion about climate change before I implement the climate change-based material. So they identified that climate change is weather changes and also globalization and effect of human activities when they're using machine tools and vehicles. And the fifth point, the climate change aligned with Pope Francis Laudato Si. So they believe that understanding climate change is aligned with Pope Francis Laudato Si encyclical. And the last point about the integration of climate change material into English language learning, they agree that learning English and also learning about climate change, it can be beneficial for their future. And the interview with the teacher, There are 5 points here. The first, the teacher explained about the English material taught to the student, and he said that it focused on the interest of English and then their courage to speak English in the class. And second, about the speaking activities that has been done in the seminary. The first about the English mass and prayers, singing contest, and also storytelling in the seminary life. The third point, the importance of climate change-based speaking material. He believed that this is important, and they already done discussing about environmental, but not in detail about the climate change. And then the fourth point, the integration of climate change material in English language learning. The teacher agree to do the integration of climate change because the book is not really detailed discussing about climate change in the school. And the last, the climate change aligns with Pope Francis Laudato Si. The teacher agree that climate change aligns with this encyclical Laudato Si, and because it is a church-based document, it is good that focus on reflection and form of action. And the last, the conclusion, the integration of climate change material into student speaking activities is crucial due to the importance of English communication skills. Pope Francis, encyclical Laudato Si, highlights the need for students to understand climate change to carry Pope Francis' message. A needs analysis is necessary to develop English language materials that address students' knowledge and ability to speak English in relation to climate change. That's all from me. Thank you for your attention and good afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Kak Maria Angela Selvistasari. That is an interesting topic. I'd like to mark an interesting statement that Maria's explicated that one way to raise climate change awareness is implemented in education. And then the background is, I think that is a good point because speaking aspect is rarely in school. Okay, that's all. Thanks for Maria. And then for the next presenters is Nurvita Sari. For Nurvita Sari, time is yours.
Okay, right here I would like to explain about bullying and English academic performance in Indonesia. Next slide, please. Okay, so here there is pictures about the bullying. So issue and accident of bullying may take a place regardless of time and place. Also, bullying is a systematic abuse to power and is defined as aggressive behavior or intentional harm doing by peers that is carried out repeatedly and involves an imbalance of power. So also the bullying and English academic performance also happen in other schools, especially in Indonesia. And also any problems associated with bullying harms student academic performance. And the goal of this researching is about a library research that is to find reliable and relevant information that can be used to support an argument to the basis of statement. Next. So here the problem of bullying right here, this is about the phenomenon which consequences of extend beyond the immediate period during which an act and carried out. Based on Sharia et al. 2015, one of the problems in education is the higher level of the bullying in the school environment. And also, bullying may take a direct from such a physical or verbal aggression, which is the often most common form of the direct bullying and involves insult, threats, and name-calling. Indirect bullying involve manipulation of social relationships, such as a gossip or social exclusion. So here about the problems. that is based on Culture 2013 said that bullying is divided into the three types. The first is about the physical bullying, which is the most visible and identifiable type among other forms of bullying. So the physical bullying is violence that use the victim's body and physical acts to access control over the others. And the second is about the verbal bullying, which is that the most commonly used form of bullying, both of the girls or boys. Sometimes the verbal bullying is always when a person use a verbal language such as treating and mocking to gain control over the others. So most of Indonesia, bullying is among the key issues that negatively impact the well-being of children. Based on the UNICEF 2020, bullying is the Indonesia girls or boys aged 30 until 17, which is they have experienced at least one type of violence in their lives. Next slide. So here you can see about the pictures about bullying in Indonesia based on UNICEF 2020. So here is the effects and factors of bullying. According to Child Protection Commission or KPAI, Indonesia is the country with the most cases of bullying in school that have been reported by the Republic to the Commission to Children Protection. So the KPA recorded 369 reports related to the issue, 25% the total was reported in the education sectors, namely 140 cases. The cases that were reported are only a fraction of cases that occur. Not a few acts of violence against children were not reported, based on Satyawan 2015. Next slide. Okay, so what is the relationship between bullying and English academic performance right here? So based on the study that I found, there's a clear relationship between bullying and academic performance, which is that children who experience ironic bullying throughout the school years tend to have a lower academic achievement, a greater dislike of school, and less confidence of their academic abilities. And also the bullying can affect children's academic achievement, which is that such a poor reading, spelling, or mathematical learning scores. It also have been linked to cognitive motivation leading to poor academic performance. So about the result right here, that bullying occurs at a university for various forms. And in triggering factors of bullying, competition in academic and social life, differences in thought and aberrant lack of understanding of bullying meaning, and the lack of regulation are indicate the source of bullying. For the student, the rules are important but their implementation is also crucial. So for this reason, providing rewards and punishment related to bullying or action might become a solution to prevent a bullying. It educates students to stay away from engage in bullying action. Okay, that's all for me. Thank you. I will back to Bu Moderator.
Okay, thank you, Norvita Sari, for your insightful study because, for all of the audience, this case is key issues in Indonesia for teens around 13 and 17 years old. Okay, once more, thank you, Norvita Sari. For the next presenters is Dorayanti. For Dorayanti, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Dorayanti. So, in this chance, I'm going to present about teaching English for young learners to the low and high achievers of 7th grade students at Al Fahad Islamic Junior High School. So, teaching English for young learners is an activity that teach English at a young age. This is a kind of library research, and this is the part of my thesis. I explain some points related to differentiated learning applied in mixed ability classroom, the challenges that the teacher encounter when teaching English to mixed ability, and how the teachers encounter and how the teacher overcome it. Next slide. Okay. English is now frequently taught formal and informal setting at all educational levels. English is a compulsory subject taught at junior high school level by the regulation of the Minister of National Education number 26 of 2006, based on Santoso 2014. So along with this, teaching English is not only done at a high level but also for young learners. And the term young learners covers a large chronological age span from around 3 to 15. And young learners from the first year of formal schooling, age 5 or 6 to 11 or 12 are considered young learners. Linz 2006 define young learners as youngsters between the age 5 and 12. And also, next slide. Okay. According to Chapman and King 2003, a mixed ability classroom consists of group of students with differing levels of learning ability, interest, and skill. And in this study, it's only focused on low and high ability. And according to Olivia 2018, differentiated learning is the very technique for content knowledge adaptation, individual skill pacing, and various ways of presenting gain skills and topic information. Next slide. So, this is the material related to my thesis is about the application of differentiated learning. According to Olivia 2018, differentiated learning is the very technique for content knowledge adaptation, individual skill pacing, and various ways of presenting gain skill and topic information. Differentiated learning is defined as the method of instruction that represents effective learning for diverse individuals, provides students with appropriate opportunities to learn at a higher capacity. And according to Haycock, differentiated learning is defined as a method of instruction that represents effective learning for diverse individuals. It provides students with appropriate opportunities to learn at highest capacity, improves teaching method based on the students' diversity, and display multiple possible ways to learn a language in the classroom. Okay, so here it is the challenges that English teacher encounters when teaching English in the mixed ability classroom and the ways to overcome it. There are 4 challenges and also the ways to overcome it. The first is time and energy in preparing and designing the learning process. The teacher realized that getting out of the comfort zones of the lecture method and switching to differentiated learning took a lot of work. Innovation and readiness must be implemented to implement differentiated learning, especially in the classroom. Based on the finding, various challenges experienced by teachers when implementing differentiated teaching are time and energy in preparing and designing the learning process. The teacher must first assess students' needs and learning styles in the preparation stage. In the learning process, teacher must adapt and create the lesson plan to meet the needs of the students in the class, starting from media, model, learning method that is appropriate to the material to be delivered. And the teacher also needs to think and provide media and also the energy. The next challenge is preparation. In preparation, many things must be done and require extra energy and quite a lot of time. Therefore, in the process, when implementing it in the classroom, teachers find it more accessible, and there are few challenges based on Aldosar 2018. Teachers feel that a good preparation will make the teaching and learning process easier because it suits the needs of the students in the class with various media and methods teacher provide, and they only support students with different learning style.
Teaching will be relatively easy for students who quickly absorb lesson from the teacher, and therefore the teacher will focus on students who need more instant support. Okay, the next challenge is not all children have a critical and curious nature. Providing diverse learning does not mean teachers differentiate between students, but rather facilitate students' need by presenting learning material in various media according to students' need. So in here, the teacher acts as a facilitator who monitors the learning progress. Still, the students ultimately teach because they can choose according to their interests and talents, based on Tomlinson, 2001. 2001. So the last challenges is the lack of support from the fellow friends. As a new thing that needs to be explored, support from fellow teachers to exchange experience in the classroom is essential so that teachers feel better if more teacher is implemented. Teachers' reluctance to innovate and ignorance about differentiated learning is why not all teachers want to implement differentiated learning. Teachers realize that many teachers still need to learn about differentiated learning. And the data shows that the second challenges in implementing differentiated learning is needing more support from fellow friends. It means that teacher, he thought that it would be good if they could share knowledge and get out the comfort zone by using the old method or lecture method. And the last is conclusion. So the conclusion is differentiated learning is expected to help students reach their maximum potential. Therefore, the challenges in implementing differentiated learning, especially regarding human resource in increasing teacher capacity, are the main things that school must pay attention to. Another challenge comes from the students' readiness to accept all learning process based on the conclusions. Implementing differentiated learning is not easy. Teachers face many challenges. A broad and deep understanding is needed to motivate and grow teachers' self-confidence to apply it, especially in the teaching and learning process. Okay, I think that's all my presentation.
Okay, thank you for Rayanti for your clear-sighted explanation about teaching English in different level for young learners to the low and high achievers of 7th grade at Al-Fat Islamic Junior High School, Palembang. So we move on to the last presenters. There is Rizka Febriantini. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the chance. I will present about my part of my thesis with the title, The Life Experience of EFL Teachers in Teaching English to Young Learners. Okay. English as a foreign language, teacher plays a vital role in instructing non-native English speaker in the English language. Marianti, 2020, stated that Indonesia English has already been introduced to the students started from the kindergarten to university. Teaching English young learners is a method for introducing English to young students as a foreign language. There are some issues in the primary EFL. One of the most heavily debated issue in school-based second language acquisition is on set the age. In countries such as France, Italy, and Spain, EFL starting age from the 7 to 11. In other countries, relatively early starting age have been replaced by even earlier ones. It is generally believed that the beginning the study of English as a EFL earlier to the critical period, 12 or 13 years of age, will create more competent English speakers. At a young age, the children's brains would much capture what and remember what the teacher taught. This article discusses about the challenges they face and the strategy they use to overcome them in teaching English to young learners. Next. This is a literature-based article. In this article, I will discuss about the strategy EFL teachers in teaching English to young learners. There are some strategies that can used by the teacher. The first one is learning theories in the classroom. According to Taron and Mary, 2010, a language learning strategy is an attempt to develop linguistic and social linguistic competence in the target language. An example of language learning strategy include memorizing new vocabulary, initiating conversation with the native speaker, and making inference. The second one is a cognitive learning styles. Feel independent learners prefer to work with information in a step-by-step format and learn most effectively when information work with details first and construct the big picture. The third is sensory learning style. There are two types of sensory learning style, perceptual and environmental. Perceptual learning style include the visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and tactical. The last one is personality style. There are right and left hemisphere dominance may be another personality type of learning, tend to be more visual, analytical, reflective, and self-reliant, while right brain dominant learners tend to be more auditory, global, impulsive, and then interactive. There are some challenges in teaching English young learners. According to Nunan, there are 5 main challenges faced by English teachers in teaching English to young learners: cognitive development, motivation, attention, multi-level groups, and assessment. Cognitive development. In the developmental stages, learners go through significant developmental changes in their journey from early age to the adult. Motivation. There are 2 types of motivation in educational psychology, are instrumental and intrinsic. Third is attention. The young children have a limited attention in learning. In this case, the teachers need to provide various activities to hold their attention in learning. Fourth, multi-level group. The diversity of young learners not only comes from their characteristics, but also it is related to their abilities in acquiring the language. The last one is the assessment. In teaching to young learners, assessment refers to the techniques and procedure for analyzing the student language learning to decide what learners can and what learners cannot do. I think that's all. Thank you for the chance.
Okay, thank you for Rizka Febriantini for your great explanation about the life experiences of EFL teachers in teaching English to young learners. So that's all for our brilliant ideas from our presenters. So now I would like to open Q&A session in this forum. If you have question, please raise your hand and mention your name and question. Okay, Erma, and a girl next to her.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nabila Tasya. I would like to ask to Dora. It is about differentiated learning. Yeah, it is important to know, as we know that an independent curriculum, the teachers need to know how to conduct this learning atmosphere. So I would like to know about the method that you use. What method can be applied in teaching differentiated learning to young learners? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Here I have a question for the last presenter, Kak Rizka. Since your research about live experience of EFL teacher, I wonder why live experience of English teacher interests you in order to conduct this research. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I will give it to for first the question for Dora. Okay, Dora, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the great question, Nabila. So I will try to answer your question. You asked about the method teach uh, to teach by using differentiated or teaching English young learners. Yeah. So based on the previous explanation, differentiated learning is designed to help students to achieve their maximum potential. Because in the class, students, because as we know that we as a teacher, we know that our students have mixed ability in the classroom, right? Low and high. Nah, so we can use group discussion method to for our students so that they can exchange their ideas between in pairs. I mean, we can ask the students to change their ideas in the easy topic, misal topik yang mudah seperti itu. But to create the group in differentiated learning, of course, we can combine that the low and high ability in one group. We can make them into one group. To make the low to become it means that the high ability can aim the getting high the it means that the high ability can guide the low ability in that group. Yeah, I think the method that we can use is group discussion because we talk about differentiated learning. I think that's all. Did I answer your question or any comments from you, Nabila, Tasya?
Okay, thank you for your explanation. So that in teaching differentiated learning to young learners, of course, this here is young learners. So it means that the s- the young learners have different ability, low and high.
High.
So in your research, uh, the method, I mean that the method that you used is
The method
the method, to teach the students.
I use qualitative method, of
Yeah.
course.
And
Yeah.
what about the instrument
Actually,
you use?
this is the library research. So I get the data from journal and previous research because I haven't got the data yet.
All right.
Yeah. So this is only the library research.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I give the suggestion that it
Okay.
can be case study or experimental study that you use because from your title it is focused on the teaching to young learners with differentiate learning. So in this case, the instrument or the type of the research that you used must be considered. Yeah.
Okay.
I
Thank
think
you
that's
for
all.
your suggestion.
Okay, I like to postpone for the second question because it seems There is one more question. Yeah, over there. This committee, the microphone.
Okay. Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Tri Puja Lestari. So I would like to ask to Nurvita. So how does the prevalence of bullying in Indonesia impact students' attitudes toward English academic performance, and what insights can be gained for examining this correlation?
Okay. So sorry, Puja. May I have a repetition?
How does the prevalence of bullying in Indonesia impact students' attitudes toward English academic performance, and what insights can be gained from examining this correlation? I think that's all.
So Puja asked about how to prevent a bullying.
The impact of students' attitudes toward English academic about bullying, and what insights can be gained talking about this correlation.
Okay. What impacts? For Nurvita, eh? Yeah, that is about the third question. We go first to the second question for Rizka. Rizka explanation. For Rizka, time is yours.
Okay, I will try to answer Erma's question. Why I want to do research about the life experiences? Because life experiences are unique to each individual and are shaped by their personal and cultural backgrounds, as well as their professional training and experiences. In the context of teaching English to young learners, life experiences may include the teacher's own language learning experiences, and then their beliefs about how young learners learn, and then their relationship with their student and their student's family, also the challenges they face in their teaching process. By studying the life experiences of EFL teachers, I can gain a deeper understanding the factors of the influence and also the strategy that another teachers can use for teach to young learners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Rizka. So the last question is from Tripuja. How does the prevalence of bullying in Indonesia and impact of students' attitude toward English academic performance, and what insight can be gained from examining this correlation? For Nurvita Sari, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Tripuja, for your question. So I will try to answer what is the impact of the bullying. So there's a lot of impact actually. So one of that especially like mental health or physical health, and as also everyone like get involved inside bullying. And as you know, that bullying is very dangerous for the student who really get it inside or get involved on it. So here that is so for the student who get an impact on this bullying, that is maybe likely like more the expression and accenti. And for your second question is about the insight can be gained for examining about bullying in academic. So here that examining bullying in academic that is can provide insight into the negative impacts actually, as I told you before. And important of the addressing in it that it can be help identity of the strategies for prevention and intervention to create a safer and more inclusive academic environment. How is it? Okay.
Okay, thank you for the answer. So it affected to the mental health for the students. It's bad. It has bad impact. Okay, so yaudah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Tripuja and Kak Nurvitasari. From ICT team, do we have any question from Zoom? Yes? But we're still waiting. Okay, that's it about the question. Last question from Iwan Wijaya. How can you assess students in differentiated learning? This is for Dora's explanation. Okay. Yeah, for Dora, time is yours.
Okay, we can. Okay, I will try to answer the question from Ivan Wijaya. Oh, salah. Sorry. Iwan Wijaya. So the question is, how can you assess students in differentiated learning? So we can assess students in differentiated learning in some ways. The first is the current level of understanding and ability in relation to a particular topic or skill. The second is prior learning experience. The third is learning preference. The fourth is motivation and engagement with learning. And the last is interest and also talents. Yeah, so we can assess students in differentiated learning based on the 5 things I mentioned just now. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, that's all about for our Q&A session. From this session, I can conclude that from Maria's explanation, there is climate change-based speaking instructional material for the 4th grade students. The important for this content to apply in speaking class. The result of the close-ended questionnaire is speaking the lesson less interesting, difficult at a learning process, and according to the students, climate change aligned with Pope Francis Laudato. And then for Nurvitasari, bullying and English academic performance in Indonesia is one of the problem in Indonesian because as already explained that this is still key issues in Indonesia. And then the result is 3 types of bullying is physical bullying, verbal bullying, and then the relationship is children who experience chronic bullying is have lower academic. And then for Dorayanti, explanation is about teaching English for young learners. The result is the time and energy in preparing and designing the learning process is not all children have a critical and curious nature, the lack of support from fellow teachers. And then for Rizka Febriantini is the life experiences of EFL teachers in teaching English to young learners still have challenges and strategies like memorizing new vocabulary, conversation, making inferences challenges. That's all for keynotes in this session. That's all for our session. Thank you for your great attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you so much for the fourth session. Thanks a lot for the moderator and also for the presenters. Next, we're gonna continue to the fifth session, which the moderator, it should be Irma, and then the notulen is Salsabila Nurhaliza. Also, please come for the presenters, Yara Fitriani, Miftahun Naja Aditya Pratama, Novianti Andatia.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Now we are gonna start our last discussion on 5 session of discussion today. Okay, let me introduce. My name is Irmaniati as the moderator, and here we have 4 presenter with us. Let's welcome Yara Fitriani, Mita Hujana, Detia, and Novianti. We are gonna have 10 minutes of presentation for each presenter, and we continue 15 minutes of Q&A session. Without any further ado, let's begin with our first presenter. To Yara Fitriani, time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you for joining this conference. My name is Yara Fitriani, and today I would like to present you an article entitled Differentiated Learning on Students' Motivations and Learning Achievement. Okay, next. Okay, so for the background here, that we do know that every student is unique. They have their own characteristic. They are different in learning styles, and because of that problems, differentiated learning is used to be the best teaching and learning strategies that focus to meet the students' need. Next. So the background. So the objective of this research is to see the impact of implementing differentiated learning in independent curriculums on students' achievement and motivations. So this research uses literature study because I take a small point from my literature review, which also discuss about differentiated learning on students. And then next. So first of all, I would like to tell you about motivations and students' achievement based on Lightbound and Spada 2013 stated that motivation is an important factor to require under consideration when learning a language. Okay, so we do know that motivation is crucial in this when we want to do something, because motivation is a key factor which leads individuals to make an effort to finish their activities. Motivation is also related to the actions of individuals with significant influence on an orientation, power, constancy, and actions. Okay, so here, because due to the problems that we find in previous years because of the COVID-19, okay, the students got learning loss, which means that they have less motivations in learning because they are depend on what we call technology. So they just being less motivation and try to find out everything on internet, and without learning more or have a good, without learning a lot, I think. Okay, next. Okay, so here, because we are going to talk about differentiated learning. So the first one here is the law of our education government minister, and that is the pictures that you can see. That is the history of our curriculum. So curriculum is a set of plans and arrangement regarding objective, content, and learning materials, as well as the method used as guideline for organizing learning activities to achieve specific educational goals. In achieving educational goals, of course, our minister set the curriculum, and long of this period, and the newest one that the government set for us is independent curriculum. Next. So independent curriculum is more concerned in learning through project. The strategy is well used to improve the students' characters. It helps the students learn by experiential learning. The term of Merdeka Belajar is to create effective learning process without putting the burden of achievement demands on the students. Next. So in independent curriculums, there's lots of strategies that teachers can use. One of it is differentiated learning. So differentiated learning, or we can also say differentiated instruction, is supported by the theory of multiple intelligence, constructivism principle, and also Bloom taxonomy. So on the other hand, Gardner proposed 8 criteria for this, distinguishing the 7 distinct types of intelligence, which include verbal, linguistic, logical, mathematical, visual or spatial, and bodily, kinesthetic, musical, interpersonal, intrapersonal, naturalistic, and existential intelligence. So as we know that the students comes from different background, different characteristic, and also they are different in their learning style. That's why differentiated learning is really suitable for them, because the teachers can make or adjust the materials as they want to meet the students' need. So when the student have visual, auditorials, or kinesthetic, the teachers can adjust the materials that's suitable to achieve the student's need. Next. So because this is the case study that I take from my literature review, so the finding that I can say is, based on the Google Scholar with the keyword of differentiated instruction or differentiated learning, the researchers find several articles that is similar to the topic. In the nearly research of Herwina 2021, on her research stated that differentiated learning can help students achieve optimal learning outcomes, since the product they create are based on their interests. Next. And also there is high encouragement in learning, and students are willing to provide enough time to study. So the students are able to increase their learning motivation in implementing the independent curriculum. The level of students' motivation in learning will increase well and provide confidence in implementing the independent learning curriculum. That's from Sari Putra Mariani and Setiawati 2022. Next. And here I also found in one of our city in Palembang, there is also research that tells in implementing differentiated learning, the results say that students got high motivations, and only around 5% of them still lack of motivations. Okay, so next. The conclusion is the results show that differentiated learning helps the students to gain good academic achievement. When the students feel enjoy in learning based on their preference, the output they achieve will be good. So differentiated learning improves students' motivation in learning. The higher motivation the students in learning, the better learning achievement they got. Okay. Next, I think that's all from me. Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
All right. What an interesting topic by Yara Fitriani. Thank you. Okay, let's move to our second topic. To Miftah, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the moderator. My name is Miftah Najaritia Pratama, and good afternoon for all participants. Today I would like to present you about the urgency of developing differentiated student worksheet or ELKPD for the English subject in senior high schools. Okay, this is next. Yeah, this is the abstract of my article. Maybe we skip next. Okay, this research will discuss the urgency of developing differentiated ELKPD in English subject at the high school level, and it is hoped that this research will make a significant contribution in opening the insights of educators in Indonesia regarding the use of technology in teaching materials, so they can answer the challenges of development in the digital era, and the aim is to increase students' interest in assessing and working on LKPD, which is presented in electronic or digital format. Next. Yeah, for the research method, this is the method used to compile this article is literature study. Yeah. Next. Okay, for the result and discussion, first, curriculum development in Indonesia. Like what Yara have present, there have been 12 curriculum changes in Indonesia. Yeah, from the kurikulum rencana pelajaran until the kurikulum Merdeka that implemented in Indonesia right now. And for the Merdeka curriculum was designed as an effort to catch up with literacy and numeracy lags due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is known as learning loss. Learning loss. And for the differentiated instruction, it is provide opportunities for each student to learn according to their abilities, interests, and also their talents. And for the ELKPD, the problem is when I did the preliminary study with partner school. In that school, LKPD only contains a list of essay questions that causing a lack of student interest and shallow understanding of concept. So that's why this is I have searched some research that related with my topic. The first comes from Nur Tita Adila, 2016, Febrianti et al., 2017, and Umriani, 2020, that said that ELKPD support understanding, increases self-confidence, trains critical thinking, and provides motivation in learning, and differentiated according to the independent curriculum. And next research comes from Ahmad Asrori and Suparman, 2019. The result of the research show that student creativity is still at a low level. Therefore, teachers and students need ELKPD, especially those that use the problem-based learning model. Next comes from Wulandari and Suparman, 2019. This research concludes that students' critical thinking abilities are still less than optimal. So ELKPD is needed, especially those that adopt the inquiry model. And teachers are expected to be able to use this ELKPD as an additional textbook that supports other learning resources that are already available in the classroom. And from Marliana et al., 2022, the resulting teaching module has adopted the principle of differentiation and is based on the independent curriculum. And evaluation of this module show high validity with an acceptance percentage reaching 100%. In particular, the independent curriculum-based differentiated teaching module on measuring material in scientific work was also declared valid with acceptance percentage of 100%. Next comes from Sari et al., 2023. The study concludes that differentiated instruction enhance writing skill, urging broader application, diverse research, and methodological exploration for effective teaching strategies. And Camila and Agus, 2023, this research using qualitative case study shows successful Merdeka curriculum implementation, emphasizing preparation, information access, and teacher-student readiness for educational improvement. Next. Okay, for the discussion, first, the development of ELKPD differentiated from high school English is urgent. Second, lack of technological learning resources and responsiveness to study the diversity. The low level of creativity and critical thinking among students strengthens this urgency. Preliminary study, lack of English ELKPD in partner school, and teachers can increase digital literacy through differentiated ELKPD. Long-term investment in increasing student effectiveness and interest. Differentiated ELKPD contributes to the independent curriculum and learning experience, responsive to the student unique needs and improving the quality of learning. And ELKPD has as a positive investment in conformity with the principle of the independent curriculum. Next. Okay, for the conclusion, the development of English ELKPD differentiated in senior high school is urgent, and students because student low level of creativity and critical thinking and need attention, and the availability of technological learning resources has not been responsive to student diversity. There are no English differentiated ELKPD in partner school. There is a gap in the provision of learning resources that take into account student characteristic, and the urgency of developing ELKPD is in line with the principle of the independent curriculum, increase learning effectiveness and motivate students, and stimulating increase digital literacy and teacher technology mastery, and improving the quality of holistic and adaptive education. Okay, maybe that's all from me. Back to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kamifta. Interesting topic about differentiated learning on student motivation and learning. Urgency of developing e-learning modules (ELKPD) for English language in Indonesia high school. Next, our third topic. From Kak Detia. Kak Detia, time is yours.
Baik, terima kasih moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Detia dari BKU Bahasa Indonesia. Di sini saya akan mempresentasikan artikel saya dengan judul Analisis Kepraktisan Pengembangan ELKPD untuk mendukung penalaran siswa terhadap literasi membaca dengan konteks wisata. Literasi ini sebuah kemampuan kritis dalam membaca, memahami, dan menganalisis informasi, termasuk aspek penting dalam OECD dengan fokus pada literasi membaca. Sayangnya, literasi membaca pelajar di Indonesia masih rendah. Hal ini tercermin dari hasil tes PISA yang menunjukkan penurunan signifikan faktor penyebab rendahnya minat baca ini didominasi oleh kurangnya kemampuan penalaran, malasnya peserta didik untuk membaca, dan mereka terlalu banyak menghabiskan waktu untuk media sosial. Padahal kemampuan literasi membaca dan penalaran ini memiliki peran yang krusial dalam pemahaman membaca. Strategi untuk meningkatkan literasi membaca melibatkan pendekatan yang relevan dengan kehidupan siswa, seperti mengaitkannya dengan konteks wisata. Kearifan lokal seperti objek wisata dapat menjadi topik menarik untuk dikembangkan dalam bentuk cerpen sebagai bahan ajar. Pembelajaran sastra dan pemanfaatan kearifan lokal dapat memperkuat literasi membaca dan penalaran siswa. Nah, berangkat dari isu rendahnya literasi dan kearifan lokal di Sumatera Selatan, penelitian ini bertujuan untuk mengembangkan ELKPD interaktif dengan konteks wisata melalui blogspot. Produk ini diharapkan dapat meningkatkan literasi membaca dan penalaran siswa secara efektif. Dengan metodologi yang baru dan penekanan pada interaktivitas melalui platform daring. Tujuan akhir penelitian adalah untuk menciptakan dan mengevaluasi keefektifan produk yang dikembangkan. Baik, selanjutnya. Untuk metode yang digunakan dalam penelitian ini adalah metode penelitian dari Jolie dan Bolito yang meliputi pertama, mengidentifikasi kebutuhan materi, 2, mengeksplorasi kebutuhan, 3, realisasi kontekstual, 4, realisasi pedagogik, 5, produk materi, 6, penggunaan produk oleh siswa, dan 7, evaluasi materi sesuai tujuan. Subjek penelitian terdiri dari guru bahasa Indonesia dan 44 siswa kelas 7 SMP Negeri 20 Palembang. Metode pengumpulan data menggunakan wawancara, observasi, dan angket. Analisis data kualitatif menggunakan pendekatan deskriptif, sementara data kuantitatif akan dianalisis dengan perhitungan skala Likert dari Sugiono. Selanjutnya, tahap yang pertama adalah mengidentifikasi kebutuhan materi. Permasalahan awal yang telah diidentifikasi kemudian dikerucutkan dengan cara mengidentifikasi materi apa yang bisa digunakan dalam upaya meningkatkan kemampuan literasi membaca. Lalu pada tahap mengeksplorasi kebutuhan ditemukan permasalahan awal yang telah diidentifikasi kemudian dikerucutkan dengan cara mengidentifikasi materi apa yang bisa digunakan dalam upaya meningkatkan kemampuan literasi membaca. Oke, selanjutnya mengidentifikasi kebutuhan materi. Permasalahan awal yang telah diidentifikasi kemudian dengan cara mengidentifikasi materi apa yang bisa digunakan dalam upaya meningkatkan kemampuan literasi membaca. Di bagian mengeksplorasi kebutuhan berdasarkan hasil wawancara kepada guru diketahui, pertama, siswa masih kesulitan untuk menemukan informasi-informasi tersirat yang ada pada teks. Kemudian kedua, bahan ajar yang digunakan berisi teks-teks dan soal-soal yang sudah tersebar luas di internet, sehingga siswa bisa langsung menyalin jawaban dari internet tanpa perlu melalui proses berpikir. Tahap selanjutnya mengeksplorasi kebutuhan. Dalam hal ini yang dianalisis adalah angket kebutuhan. Hasil analisis angket kebutuhan ini disebarkan secara daring melalui Google Formulir ke siswa SMP Negeri 20 Palembang kelas 7 yang berjumlah 62 responden secara acak dari beberapa kelas. Diperoleh hasil sebagai berikut, 60,32% siswa sangat setuju dikembangkan LKPD ini, 33,44% siswa setuju, dan 6,24% siswa kurang setuju. Jika ditotalkan, maka sekitar 93,67% siswa setuju untuk dikembangkannya produk e-LKPD ini. Selanjutnya realisasi kontekstual. Menentukan capaian pembelajar berdasar KD 3,3 dan KD 4,3 serta 3.4. Materi yang dipilih adalah definisi cerita fiksi dari beberapa ahli, karakteristik cerita fiksi, jenis-jenis cerita fiksi, unsur-unsur cerita fiksi, cara menceritakan kembali isi cerita tertulis dan lisan, struktur cerita fantasi dan kebahasaan cerita fantasi. Yang ketiga, membuat cerpen bergenre cerita fantasi yang mengisahkan objek-objek wisata yang ada di Palembang. Selanjutnya, realisasi pedagogik. Terdapat 3 jenis soal yang dikembangkan dalam LKPD ini, yaitu aktivitas mandiri berisi persoalan yang harus dipecahkan secara mandiri oleh siswa. Kemudian, ada ruang kolaborasi berisi soal-soal yang harus diselesaikan secara berkelompok dengan anggota 3-5 siswa. Dan yang ketiga, ayo asal literasi membacamu, berisi soal-soal untuk mengasah literasi membaca siswa yang membuat siswa belajar menemukan informasi tersurat dan tersirat pada teks. Selanjutnya, pada produksi materi, peneliti memanfaatkan aplikasi IBIS Paint X untuk menggambar ilustrasi yang digunakan dalam e-LKPD. Selanjutnya, gambar, materi, dan soal disatukan dengan menggunakan Microsoft Word sehingga menjadi e-LKPD yang utuh. Peneliti juga merancang blogspot, tempat produk yang dikembangkan diunggah dengan konsep penjelajah. Bisa teman-teman lihat di sini ada contoh dari beberapa halaman e-LKPD yang dikembangkan. Selanjutnya, blog yang dirancang diberi nama Tim Jelajah Ilmu. Kolom komentar pada blog ini akan diaktifkan sehingga bisa menjadi tempat diskusi bagi siswa dan guru untuk berdiskusi. Dan ini tidak hanya tergabung dalam satu sekolah, tapi beberapa sekolah sekaligus yang memiliki akses ke link ini bisa melakukan diskusi bersama. Oke, selanjutnya, hasil validasi ahli dari aspek konten yang dianalisis oleh Ibu Sri Indrawati mendapatkan presentase 85% dengan keterangan valid. Aspek konstruk dianalisis oleh Ibu Santi dengan presentase 93,75%, dengan kategori sangat valid. Aspek bahasa dinilai oleh Ibu Ernalida dengan presentase 81,25% dengan kategori valid, sehingga skor rata-rata mendapatkan penilaian sebesar 86,66% dengan kategori sangat valid. Selanjutnya hasil analisis kebutuhan dari segi desain itu mendapatkan nilai 95%, presentasenya dari siswa. Untuk kebahasaan mendapat presentase 90%, dan isi mendapatkan presentasi 83,30%. Lalu terakhir ada tanggapan mendapatkan presentase sebesar 88,33%. Sehingga jika dirata-ratakan mendapat skor 89,15%. Selanjutnya kesimpulan, literasi ini sebuah kemampuan kritis dalam membaca, memahami, dan menganalisis informasi termasuk aspek penting dalam OCD. Dengan fokus pada literasi membaca. Nah, sayangnya literasi membaca ini masih belum dianggap penting oleh pelajar yang tercerminkan dalam teks PISA. Kemampuan literasi membaca penalaran memiliki peran krusial dalam pemahaman teks membaca. Baik, sekian. Terima kasih. Saya kembalikan ke moderator.
Okay, thank you for Kak Detia. Presentation about pengembangan ILKPD interaktif untuk mendukung kompetensi penalaran siswa kelas 7 SMP 20 Palembang. The next one, let's move to our last presenter, Kak Novianti. To Kak Novianti, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baiklah, saya akan mempresentasikan artikel saya yang berjudul Analisis Kebutuhan Naskah Drama Berbasis Syair Pramenteng. Adapun pendahuluannya, syair merupakan jenis puisi lama dari Persia dan masuk ke Indonesia mengalami integrasi atau pembauran dengan budaya Indonesia. Syair tidak lagi banyak diperhatikan oleh generasi muda karena syair dianggap kuno, ketinggalan zaman, dan bahasanya sulit dimengerti. Upaya yang dilakukan dengan memasukkan konten syair ke dalam kurikulum pendidikan tinggi itu dilakukan oleh Prodi Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia, EPKIP Universitas Sriwijaya yang menghadirkan syair dalam mata kuliah Teater Tradisional Melayu Palembang. Tujuan mata kuliah ini yaitu mahasiswa dapat menulis naskah drama berbasis syair perang menteng. SPM sendiri merupakan salah satu syair yang saat ini diketahui hampir mengalami kepunahan karena tidak dikenal oleh masyarakat tempat syair itu dikenal, yaitu Palembang. Sedangkan peranti teoritis yang digunakan untuk artikel ini yaitu mengaliwanakan atau dalam konsep sederhana mengubah genre syair menjadi naskah drama. Teori analisis aliwahana merupakan perubahan dari satu jenis karya menjadi sebuah karya yang lain. Sedangkan secara konsepsi, analisis kebutuhan dapat diartikan sebagai upaya untuk melihat sejauh mana kebutuhan, kekurangan, dan keinginan subjek terhadap objek dipertanyakan. Analisis kebutuhan sangat penting dilakukan untuk mengelompokkan pengetahuan dan tujuan awal yang berhubungan dengan proses pembelajaran. Hasil dari analisis kebutuhan yang didapatkan menjadi bahan untuk mengetahui cara yang tepat memilih dan memenuhi kebutuhan yang diharapkan oleh mahasiswa. Penelitian berkaitan dengan syair pramenteng dilakukan oleh Putri dan kawan-kawan pada tahun 2022 yang berjudul Pengembangan E-Modul Menulis Naskah Drama Berbasis Syair Pramenteng menggunakan Flip HTML5. Selanjutnya Agustina dan kawan-kawan pada tahun 2022 yang berjudul Keefektifan Media Pembelajaran Pementasan Drama Berbasis Syair Pramenteng menggunakan Makromedia Flash. Yang terakhir oleh Ibu Nurhayati dan kawan-kawan pada tahun 2022 yang berjudul Analisis Kebutuhan Media Pembelajaran Pementasan Syair Pramenteng menggunakan aplikasi digital. Jadi penelitian ini untuk melihat kebutuhan mahasiswa yang mengikuti mata kuliah Teater Tradisional Melayu Palembang terhadap aliwahana syair pramenteng ke dalam sebuah naskah drama. Tinjauan literaturnya ada 4. Yang pertama analisis kebutuhan, yang kedua aliwahana, yang ketiga syair, yang keempat menulis naskah drama. Metodologi penelitian yang digunakan yaitu penelitian kualitatif dan kuantitatif. Penelitian ini melibatkan mahasiswa Pendidikan Bahasa dan Sastra Indonesia Universitas Sriwijaya pada tahun ajaran 2023-2024 dan dosen pengampu mata kuliah Teater Tradisional Melayu Palembang. Mahasiswa yang terlibat sebanyak 57 orang yang mengikuti MK Teater Tradisional Melayu Palembang. Data dikumpulkan melalui wawancara dan angket. Wawancara pertama dengan dosen pengampu mata kuliah teater tradisional Melayu Palembang. Wawancara kedua dengan 5 mahasiswa yang mengikuti mata kuliah. Dan data dikumpulkan dengan angket dengan 2 kategori. Yang pertama dengan 5 pertanyaan dengan opsi ya dan tidak. Dan angket kedua dengan 20 pertanyaan dengan pilihan jawaban berskala Likert dari 1 sampai 4. Data yang didapatkan dari angket kemudian dianalisis menggunakan analisis deskriptif berdasarkan hasil jawaban. Jawaban responden dikonversikan menggunakan persentase dengan rumus yang sudah ditampilkan. Setelah data dianalisis dari hasil wawancara dan angket kemudian disimpulkan untuk melihat kebutuhan dosen dan mahasiswa mengenai penulisan naskah drama berbasis syair perang menteng. Hasil dan diskusi, yang pertama hasil analisis kebutuhan terhadap dosen. Berdasarkan hasil wawancara peneliti dengan dosen yang mengampu mata kuliah teater tradisional Melayu Palembang, hasil yang didapatkan bahwa pemahaman mahasiswa terhadap materi menulis naskah drama dari sebuah syair masih belum sepenuhnya dipahami karena penggunaan bahasa Melayu dan masih asing untuk dipahami. Selanjutnya, hakikatnya beberapa naskah drama berbasis syair sebagai contoh sudah tersedia, seperti naskah drama berbasis syair Siti Zubaidah. Akan tetapi naskah yang berbasis syair perang menteng belum tersedia dikarenakan belum adanya orang yang ingin membuat atau mengalihwahanakan naskah tersebut. Upaya yang dilakukan oleh dosen dalam pembelajaran menulis naskah drama berbasis syair perang menteng adalah dengan mengajak mahasiswa membaca syair secara heuristik dan hermeneutik. Harapan dosen terhadap aliwahana naskah drama berbasis syair perang menteng adalah bisa membantu, membimbing, dan memberikan contoh kepada mahasiswa dalam proses menulis naskah drama dari sebuah syair. Dosen juga berharap bahwa naskah drama berbasis SPM bisa dijadikan pilot project dalam mata kuliah tersebut. Yang kedua, hasil analisis kebutuhan terhadap mahasiswa. Berdasarkan wawancara yang dikumpulkan peneliti dengan 5 mahasiswa, mahasiswa mengetahui SPM dari pembacaan kisah dari isi di SPM oleh sastrawan Palembang dengan dimuat dalam konten YouTube dan ada mahasiswa yang mencari sendiri di web atau situs internet lainnya. Mahasiswa mengetahui isi SPM berhubungan dengan sejarah Perang Menteng atau Perang Palembang. Sedangkan kesulitan yang dialami mahasiswa dalam membaca dan menulis naskah berbasis SPM ialah alur cerita yang rumit karena satu bait dan bait lainnya. Mahasiswa berpendapat bahwa SPM layak untuk dialihwahanakan menjadi sebuah naskah drama berbasis SPM dengan penambahan tokoh, penambahan latar, pengurangan alur mana yang akan dimasukkan atau tidak penting dalam sebuah naskah drama. Modifikasi bisa dilakukan oleh penulis naskah dengan tidak meninggalkan sejarah atau isi SPM itu sendiri. Cara melestarikannya bisa mementaskan teater dari sebuah naskah drama berbasis SPM dengan mengundang siswa sekolah, masyarakat umum, dan penggiat seni. Cara lainnya adalah memperkenalkan kepada generasi muda melalui seminar yang mengangkat budaya lokal, terutama SPM. Naskah berbasis SPM bisa dilakukan pelestarian dengan animasi bergerak untuk menggambarkan tokoh atau alur di setiap babak dan adegan sesuai dengan zaman yang memanfaatkan teknologi. Adapun hasilnya, hasil angket analisis kebutuhan mahasiswa, ya, yang pertama pengetahuan mahasiswa terhadap SPM. Pengetahuan SPM sebesar 52,60%, yang pernah membaca syair perang menteng sebesar 38,60%, yang pernah menulis naskah drama syair 31,60%, sedangkan kesulitan memahami syair perang menteng sebesar 49,90%, dan perlunya alihwahana naskah drama dari syair perang menteng sebesar 91,20%. Pengetahuan mahasiswa terhadap isi SPM. Yang pertama, syair perang menteng menceritakan sebuah karya sastra lokal sebesar 87,70%. Syair perang menteng menceritakan mengenai Kesultanan Palembang sebesar 89,50%. Tema syair perang menteng ialah kepahlawanan sebesar 91,20%. Syair perang menteng mengandung nilai sejarah sebesar 89,50%. Syair perang menteng mengandung nilai agama sebesar 86,00%. Adapun perspektif mahasiswa mengenai pelestarian SPM, syair perang menteng harus dilestarikan sebesar 91,20%. Syair perang menteng perlu dipelajari di universitas sebesar 86,00%. Syair perang menteng disosialisasikan kepada generasi milenial sebesar 89,50%. Yang terakhir, analisis kebutuhan alihwahana naskah drama. Yang pertama, mahasiswa setuju jika SPM diapresiasi ke dalam bentuk alihwahana sebesar 89,50%. Yang kedua, mahasiswa setuju apabila SPM dapat dijadikan sebuah naskah drama sebesar 89,50%. Yang ketiga, mahasiswa setuju bahwa naskah drama berbasis SPM boleh dipentaskan melalui teater sebesar 87,80%. Yang keempat, sebanyak 89,50% mahasiswa setuju bahwa naskah drama berbasis SPM perlu dipertahankan sejarah Perang Menteng atau Perang Palembang. Yang kelima, sebanyak 78,90% mahasiswa setuju apabila peran tokoh berwatak lucu perlu ditambahkan. Selanjutnya, hasil yang keenam, sebanyak 87,7% mahasiswa setuju apabila alur pada naskah drama berbasis SPM bisa dikembangkan atau diperluas. Yang ketujuh, sebesar 70,20% mahasiswa setuju alur pada naskah drama berbasis SPM bisa diubah atau dikonversi. Yang kedelapan, sebanyak 75,40% mahasiswa setuju bahwa alur pada naskah drama berbasis SPM bisa dimodifikasi dalam segi jalan cerita. Yang ke-9, 86,00 mahasiswa setuju apabila ide pokok pada alur naskah drama berbasis SPM bisa diambil dari sudut pandang pengarang sebuah naskah. Hasil yang ke-10, sebanyak 89,50% mahasiswa setuju bahwa apabila babak dan adegan pada naskah drama berbasis SPM perlu untuk diperhatikan. Yang ke-11, sebanyak 87,70% mahasiswa setuju bahwa petunjuk pada naskah berbasis SPM membantu para kru dalam pementasan. Dan terakhir, 91,20% mahasiswa setuju bahwa amanat harus tersampaikan dengan baik kepada pembaca dan penonton. Adapun pembahasannya, berdasarkan hasil analisis kebutuhan terhadap dosen dan mahasiswa Universitas Wijaya yang telah dilakukan oleh peneliti, diketahui terdapat urgensi yang harus dilakukan. Pertama, dosen memerlukan keterlibatan mahasiswa secara aktif dalam kegiatan aliwahana syair ke dalam bentuk naskah. Hal ini dikarenakan dalam mata kuliah wajib terdapat penilaian terhadap penyusunan naskah drama yang mana pembelajar menulis naskah drama termasuk ke dalam pembelajaran sastra murni selain penulisan puisi dan prosa. Kedua, terdapat sebuah pembuktian mengenai kurangnya pemahaman mahasiswa terhadap materi penulisan naskah drama, terlebih ketika ditugaskan untuk mengaliwahanakan syair menjadi sebuah naskah yang akan dipentaskan yang dirasa sulit untuk dilakukan dan belum memahami unsur-unsur naskah drama dalam penelitian menggunakan SPM. Hal ini disebabkan oleh perbedaan budaya yang dirasakan mahasiswa dan penggunaan bahasa Melayu pada bait secara keseluruhan. Yang ketiga, kesimpulan, analisis kebutuhan naskah drama berbasis SPM pada penelitian ini meliputi analisis pengetahuan terhadap SPM, pengetahuan mahasiswa terhadap isi SPM, perspektif mahasiswa mengenai pelestarian SPM, dan analisis kebutuhan aliwahana naskah drama berbasis SPM. Sekian presentasi dari saya, lebih dan kurang mohon dimaafkan. Saya ucapkan terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for a presentation from Kak Novianti about analisis kebutuhan naskah drama berbasis syair Perang Menteng. Okay, now we are moved to Q&A session. For everyone who want to ask question, you may raise your hand and mention your name. Okay.
Okay, thanks for the chance. My name is Weni Pratiwi. I would like to ask the second presenters. Yeah, my question is, the first question is, in your personal opinions, the first question is, in your personal opinions, why are you interested in choosing this topic? And then the second one is, why is it crucial to create e-learning models for English in Indonesia? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Maybe second question. Okay, if now nothing to ask, maybe Kak Miftah want to answer the question.
Okay, thank you, moderator, and thank you, Kak Weni, for your questions. So your question is the first about why I choose this topic, yeah. Um, the reason I choose this topic because the first I was the students of PPG Prajabatan. So when I did the PPL in one of partner school, Sekolah Mitra, um although the partner school is implemented the Merdeka curriculum, but when I did the observation and uh, did some interview with Guru Pamong, um, there is no differentiated instruction method in the English subject. So that's why I I choose this topic, the developing of ELKPD with differentiated instruction based, because yeah, in one of, like Yara said before, one of method in curriculum Merdeka, there is differentiated instruction. So that's why I choose this topic. And for the urgency, for the why is it crucial? Because I also did the preliminary study and observation in the learning activity in the partner school. It is no differentiated LKPD, and the LKPD that teacher use in that school is still a conventional way. Is it just apa, summary from the book and some essay that students should answer. So that's why the motivation of the student is it this apa namanya, not too high to answer the LKPD. So that's why that is the crucial. Why is it crucial to develop the ELKPD? Did I answer your question, Kak Weni?
Yes, I think clear enough, yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kak Weni. Back to moderator.
Okay, thank you for the answer. The next question, who want to ask our presenter? You may raise your hand. I think in Zoom. Okay. Okay, we have four interesting topic ya. Start from Kak Yara, Kak Mifta, Kak Detia, and Novianti. A conclusion from Kak Yara. Every student are unique. They have different character and skills, motivation, and student achievement. Independent achievement, the higher motivation student have, the higher achievement they get. Conclusion from Kak Adit is the use of technology in teaching materials so they can answer the challenge of development in digital era. Kesimpulan dari Kak Detia adalah untuk meningkatkan literasi membaca dan penalaran siswa secara efektif, mengevaluasi produk yang dikembangkan, siswa masih kesulitan untuk menemukan informasi tersirat yang ada pada teks. Sedangkan kesimpulan dari Kak Novianti adalah dari analisis kebutuhan mahasiswa yang mengikuti mata kuliah teater tradisional Melayu Palembang, ahli wahana dan ahli perang menteng, syair perang menteng diketahui hampir tidak dikenal oleh masyarakat, di mana syair itu berada. Pemahaman mahasiswa terhadap materi menulis naskah drama dari sebuah syair masih belum sepenuhnya dipahami. Okay, I think that's all. I think that's all for this session discussed. Thank you. I think it's enough. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for the fifth session. Thank you for the moderator, Notulen, and also for the presenters. So the fifth session for today is the last session for our meeting. We are going to continue this conference tomorrow. And thank you so much for your great attention, guys, for today. And from the online or even from the room here, me as the moderator would like to, me as the MC in here would like to close this event for today. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.